In 1987, London's affluent Knightsbridge area was the scene of an armed raid so spectacular it entered the criminal record books as one of the biggest heists of the century.
No other robbery in this country has come close to it.
It was a colossal job.
A staggering £40 million worth of valuables were stolen when a ruthless Italian robber smashed his way into hundreds of safety deposit boxes,
making it Britain's biggest robbery.
The Italian playboy, the Italian, he was playing around with the girls. He liked the flash cars.
Make sure everything runs smoothly.
The plan was cunning and its execution fearless. So how did he do it? This is the incredible story of the Knightsbridge safety deposit box raid. Security Deposits PLC, located in one of London's wealthiest areas, was a safe haven for the very rich.
Knightsbridge is a hugely expensive area. A lot of foreigners live in the service flats around that area. Harrods dominates the street because it's one of the most expensive department stores in the world. Lots of foreign tourists there. Always a very busy area, expensive cafes, nice restaurants, very fashionable streets. There could be an awful lot of money, jewellery, stocks and shares, all sorts of things deposited there. So if you lived in the area and you had a safe deposit box, that's the sort of place you would go to keep your valuables.
The best in Britain. That's how the owners described the Knightsbridge Safe Deposit Centre when the doors were opened for the first time just 4 years.
Located in a district where the fabulously wealthy lived, worked and played, Security Deposits had customers on its doorstep and from around the world. They came to store their treasures in one of the 4,000 boxes housed in a solid vault at its centre.
You go into the front entrance and there you have a reception, the manager and his staff, and you want a box, you give details. People were keeping monies for whatever reason, documents for whatever reasons, jewellery for whatever reasons, even drugs and firearms for whatever reasons in deposit boxes. And the rental per annum is not a lot of money.
Sunday, the 12th of July, 1987. Parvez Latif, the owner and manager of Security Deposits, was waiting for 2 potential clients to arrive.
They had appointment as prospective customers who were dressed as respectable businessmen, had an appointment with Parvez Latif, the manager. He let them in. They then went downstairs into the vault area.
As Latif was showing the men the facilities, the mood suddenly changed when one of them pulled a gun.
When someone is forced to do something by another person and through fear they will cooperate. He's now under control.
With a gun to his back, Latif was forced into the security control room.
The manager, Latif, took them down there. Viccei was then able to get into the control room. He grabbed the guard there. The guard couldn't press an alarm, which was an internal alarm anyway. He locked them away in the ante-room, handcuffed them. He now had control down there.
Their terrifying ordeal was about to get much worse.
He went back upstairs, and then he waited for the other guard and just held him at gunpoint. The guards were petrified. You've been manhandled and you've had firearms in your face.
The gang of armed robbers, led by a man called Valerio Viche, had overcome the owner and 2 security guards in a matter of minutes. They were locked in a separate room. The fortress, holding millions of pounds worth of valuables, was now at the mercy of the robbers.
Viche was in control. He was quite very determined. He knew what he wanted, what he was going to do. He knew he was limited on the time.
And time was now a crucial factor. Regular customers could enter the premises at any moment and disrupt the gang's plan. But Viche was a step ahead. An accomplice was posted in front of the building, waiting for his cue.
Locked the front door, put a notice on that they regret apologies because there was either building work or whatever was being done. They now controlled the building.
The deposit box centre was now secured. Thousands of boxes holding cash and valuables lay inside. With everyone in position, the gang sealed the centre and put their plan into action. The security deposit boxes were housed in a solid steel vault in the building's basement. There were 4,000 boxes in the room, but only 800 were in use, holding anything from deeds and bonds to cash and jewellery.
He knew he was limited on the time. He had an hour and a half to break open the boxes. He's running to time.
The gang grabbed their final accomplice from outside and began their raid. They had to finish before the centre supervisor came to check on the premises.
Was banging at the boxes, the other was right behind him. And then the other two were sweeping up. Rings and jewellery boxes. Yeah, they broke down everything they could. That's what the other two were there for, and sorting out. It was like a shuffling behind, and they would break up, bang, bang. Anything bulky, yeah, they'd get rid of.
Although the containers were made of thick steel, box after box was smashed open. Those that were in use had different colours on the locks, so the gang knew which to target. They wasted no time nabbing the contents.
They were then scooping up and putting the gear, sorting out the big boxes, so you're minimalising the packaging and just pouring in whatever you've got, jewellery, gold, Kruger hands, notes and everything, just pouring it into the big boss bags, take them out.
There could be an awful lot of money, jewellery, stocks and shares, all sorts of things deposited there.
As the villains ransacked the vault, the staff were forced to sit and listen to the chaos. The thieves worked tirelessly for over an hour, bagging up everything they could get their hands on. But time was running out. The centre supervisor was due any minute.
He was ready to go. That's the professionalism of it. You see the films, don't you? You see the stories on the TV where they go, no, we've got to have one more, and he's trying to grab the last pound note, the last bit of jewellery, and then they drive off and he's left stranded. You know, that's just maybe film, the way films work. But no, this guy was professional. You know, you look, bang, you do as you're told, off we go, and that's it.
They must have realised that they couldn't really spend all night there. Other staff were going to turn up. People were going to want to put stuff in the safe deposits on Sunday night or on Monday morning.
The robbers lugged their bags of loot out of the vault. Then they made sure the last member of staff wouldn't cause them any grief.
He was ready for 5 o'clock for the guard to come in, who was going to lock the vault, and the time lock was going to be placed on. When the guard knocked on the back door to be allowed in, he then apprehended him at gunpoint as well and left.
The vault was a mess. The gang had been relentless in their raid, smashing their way through a box every 30 seconds. Now, as the staff sat helpless, the villains fled into the busy streets of London with no sign of the police.
Eventually, police were called. There was a horrendous scene of crime as such, because 121 boxes, deposit boxes, had been broken open. There was property throughout the vault, discarded property.
As the hunt got underway, Viccei put the next stage of his plan into action. The team split up and he went off alone. Meanwhile, the police began the painstaking task of investigating the crime.
In a very minute way, steadily, basically foot by foot. And it took 8 days to examine the vault. What we did realise after some time, but it wasn't the sort of faces that we thought could be responsible.
These weren't the familiar suspects from any of the big London armed robbery gangs.
No information was coming from other police officers. No other information was coming from police informants.
Scotland Yard had little to go on, and Viccei thought he was home and dry. For him, it had been a very good payday. As the days turned into weeks, the pressure on Scotland Yard mounted. Figures leaked to the media about the size of the haul were rising fast,
£40 million.
but they still had few leads. One of the challenges for officers was tracing all the victims affected.
Your victims of crime have to be seen, in this case, 100 and whatever losers, so I want identification of property.
A problem for detectives is that some customers are unlikely to tell them what's missing or how much it's worth.
I've lost all my jewellery except for what I'm wearing today.
Of the 121 box holders, I think that we traced about 109. That leaves 12 box holders that you must wonder why they've not come forward.
Some owners never went to the police, so nobody has any idea what was in those boxes.
As the investigation continued, the scale of the robbery became apparent. It was quickly becoming Britain's largest ever heist.
The rumours began to swirl about the amount of money or the amount of material that might have gone.
Yesterday evening, shocked customers gathered outside the centre. Some had lost everything.
The amount began to mount. Police began to talk about £5 million.
More than £10 million in valuables.
So it just began to creep up. Once people realised what could be held in safe deposit boxes, there began a lot of speculation.
The true value of the raid may never be known.
As media interest in the investigation grew, Scotland Yard finally got a much-needed breakthrough.
We found a fingerprint in blood. Well, that's when it breaks, doesn't it? Bang.
The Metropolitan Police were in the midst of tackling one of the biggest robberies in British history. An audacious gang had ransacked an exclusive safety deposit box centre in Knightsbridge, fleeing with millions of pounds worth of loot. Pressure was building on Scotland Yard to catch the culprits. After a fingertip search of the crime scene, the police got their first breakthrough.
Turning point in the case is quite simple in itself, is that it was the fingerprint.
Officers may have had a fingerprint, but matching it to a suspect was a different matter. Meanwhile, efforts were concentrated on determining what had happened, with the help of the centre's owner, Parvez Latif.
Tag it, flag it, yeah, make sure it's absolutely recorded properly. Yeah, okay.
He bought the safe deposit company about a year earlier.
Latif's lifestyle as such was that he was using coke, he was in love with his girlfriend Pamela Seamarks, he wanted to marry her.
The police began looking into Latif's personal life, while he assisted them with their inquiries.
We even did a video construction with him involved in it, show us exactly what happened.
As officers built a profile of Latif and pieced together the robbery, vital information on the fingerprint finally came through.
Fingerprint comparisons were not automated. It had to be done by visual observation, and it took them weeks to go through a huge card index and a huge collection of fingerprints. Then the penny dropped. And they realised who they were looking for.
The fingerprint was then sent to New Scotland Yard, where it was eventually identified as belonging to Valerio Viche. We were very fortunate that his fingerprints were in the indexes there. They'd been sent over by the Italian authorities in 1986 because they wanted Viche for major crimes in Italy. They believed he was in England. These people that you're dealing with are top class.
Idea, Leach?
We had no idea who it was.
Valerio Viche was a rather unique criminal. Flash, brash, and with good looks to boot. He had Italian charm, charisma, and a playboy lifestyle. He liked beautiful women, fast cars, and money in his pocket. Lots of money.
He had obviously quite a bit of money from the robberies because he lived a very good life and was quite a high roller, which means he must have made a lot of money.
It wasn't just them. I mean, the money helped because he wanted a playboy lifestyle. But it wasn't his main motivation. His main motivation was he got such a kick out of it.
wall-to-wall women, cocaine and cars. And that sums him up. And there are lots of people who have been tremendous characters, very powerful, very clever, very ruthless. Viche was something slightly different to all of that, something rather extravagant. Viche was a Jack-the-Lad in a big way. I can't think of a criminal quite like him in any of the other cases that I've done.
Viche was no stranger to luxury. He came from a privileged background in Italy.
His father was a libel lawyer and his mother ran a boutique. He went to university. I mean, he was well educated.
But his respectable upbringing had done nothing to curb his thirst for crime. Viche may have been unknown to the British authorities, but his face was very familiar to Italian police. Detective Inspector Leach discovered that Valerio Viche was an accomplished thief, wanted in his home country for over 50 robberies, all by the age of 32.
They knew him very well there. And he got away with blue murder. And even when he was arrested for different offences, the system in Italy is very, I wouldn't say bizarre, but we had a job understanding it, but there's so many bail proceedings. He was just arrogant, and he's in their face all the time.
He was the number one, he was the top of his profession, and that's the world they live in.
The police had a job on their hands. A ruthless Italian playboy was their number one suspect, and he was a slippery customer. D.I. Leach set to work finding out more about this elusive character.
High class, high quality. He's got the briefcase, Louis Vuitton, whatever it is, Rolex watch and so on. You know, he knows his way around, you know, that's his lifestyle.
Viche was arrogant, he was extrovert, great womanizer.
As they built a profile of their suspect, officers realized they were dealing with a chancer who'd already had more than a few close scrapes with the law.
The Italian police tracked him down to London and asked Scotland Yard to arrest him. 2 officers stopped his car, not knowing very much about his background. And Viche said, "Oh, I'd better just turn off my car telephone." Got out the other side and ran off down the street and disappeared again. He's very, very ready for the chase, ready to get away. Very alert, quick thinking.
Viche was used to giving the police the slip.
Because we didn't find him at all, we found everybody else because he was in and out of the country. And that's where, again, your manpower comes into it because you now need surveillance teams, surveillance equipment, things to focus on addresses and so on. We then went to work on those associates, not knowing whether they were involved in the crime or not. And all their vehicles and whatever details we had about them, where they were working. And then you get the breaks.
Surveillance flagged up some interesting characters associated with Viche. Eric Rubin, known to the police with previous minor convictions. Stephen Mann, a wild card, no criminal background, but closely linked to Viche. Peter O'Donoghue, mixed in the same social circles as the Italian charmer. David Poole, not only linked to Viche, but also seen frequenting certain places of interest to the police. And Israel Pincus, who officers were keeping an eye on, and who would inadvertently lead them to their next major breakthrough.
Pincus's car was identified as being at White's Hotel. He got a parking ticket, because we'd put that on the computer.
Nobody had a fixed address for Viche, but they knew of his associates, and the police began to look at the associates, the people around him, and that led them slowly towards where he might be.
All the suspects, all the people that Italy had said, look, he knows Viche as associate of O'Donoghue, Paul and Pincus. We started working on them, found out where they were living or their movements.
And these inquiries paid off. Just weeks into the investigation, the flying squad got their next lead.
The surveillance teams had looked at a Ferrari Testarossa. This was the vehicle that Viche was using. It then figured, then we seen Pincus's car, then you see the Ferrari. Then it linked it up.
London, 1987. Scotland Yard had one of the biggest robberies in criminal history on its hands. An Italian career criminal had raided a vault of safety deposit boxes and fled with a wealth of valuables. As information poured in, the police realized the stolen loot was worth tens of millions of pounds. Yet almost a month after the robbery, their number one suspect, Valerio Viche, was still giving officers the slip. But how much longer could he elude them? The flying squad were now hot on his heels and had tracked him to a London hotel.
We actually found out that they'd been using whites.
Yes, it's Mr. Viche.
The day I spoke to the manager there, he said, well, Vicei's been here today, he's gone, but he was meeting a Mr. Paul.
Officers were getting close to their number one suspect. By now, the value of goods stolen stood at a staggering £40 million, and Viche was the country's number one fugitive. All Detective Inspector Leach could do was pray he'd surface again. Then Leach got the call he'd been waiting for.
I went to New Scotland Yard to put things together, and then I got a phone call again saying, oh, Vicei's just walked into White's Hotel.
Hello, could I speak to DR Leach, please?
I said, oh, he's just arrived, you know, so bang.
As soon as I can, thank you.
It was the turning point officers needed.
We knew Viche was the man. That was the first time we'd actually had a sighting of him.
He'd been staying at a hotel in West London, I think it was White's, and they began to watch that, and there he was with his big Ferrari, which he was about to export.
But just as Viche came within touching distance, he vanished again, speeding off through the capital in his sports car.
Viche was just coming out of the hotel and just got into the Ferrari and then drove off down the Bayswater Road towards Marble Arch.
The police weren't about to let him slip away. They gave chase.
At the end of the day, yeah, he's a big fish. You've got to catch him. And that's when we gave the order to take him out. The Ferrari was in traffic going towards the Marble Arch. It's a very difficult thing trying to take someone out of a car. He was blocked in. The traffic was building up, Bayswater. But you don't want to chase with a Ferrari Testarossa anywhere, do you? The order was given, and at the appropriate time, they pulled him out.
Got him, Gov. Valerio Viche, my name's from the flying squad.
Viche was a showman. He had two Ferraris, and the reason he was caught was because he was waiting to send his second and favourite Ferrari to Colombia, which is where he was going to go to. If he hadn't been so ridiculously vain and greedy, they would not have caught him. They rammed his car, which must have been a very painful moment for a man who stayed in Britain long enough to want to export this thing. It was an £84,000 Ferrari, I seem to remember. So, but they didn't have much choice. I mean, there's a guy who they knew was normally armed.
A quick search of Viche's precious vehicle revealed some clear signs that he had been living the life of Riley.
A lot of the stuff that was in his briefcase, in the car, he had a lot of that still with him. I mean, top-class jewellery.
The flying squad finally had their man, along with some incriminating evidence. Viche's fingerprint placed him firmly at the scene of the crime, and his track record proved he was a professional thief with a string of robberies to his name. But was he prepared to talk to the police?
Valerio Viche did not implicate anyone else in the robbery. It didn't mention any names. We found him with immense amount of property and so on, and it followed. He knew what was going to happen, so he took the blame on himself.
Viche claimed to be a one-man band, but the police knew there was more to the story.
The ball started rolling because then we had to then start hitting all the others because we now realised, you know, a lot of work had been done.
Officers wasted no time arresting Viche's associates. They'd put their necks on the line to pull off Viche's dream job, but didn't appear to be big-time players themselves. So what was their motive?
They got 100,000 each in the split, and the possibility of getting more later.
Do you know Mr. Eric Rubin at all?
As the flying squad grilled the other culprits, they quickly discovered Viccei was one of a kind, an intelligent thief who'd effectively evaded justice for years. But how had he robbed the Knightsbridge security centre without raising any alarms?
It was clear that the robbers had to have known, for example, that the closed-circuit television wasn't functioning, that there would be very few staff around on a Sunday afternoon, that it was very easy to bring a car or a van up to the back to load stuff in, that there were no parking restrictions on Sunday afternoon then, I don't think, that CCTV didn't exist in the streets around then, which of course it didn't in the 1980s. So somebody had to have not only cased the place, I visited it and looked around, but also had a good idea of how the place worked.
Viccei was claiming no one else was involved, but this kind of detail had to come from somewhere.
The fact that he'd been there a number of times, and then because their records weren't that good there, the video cameras didn't work. It was so slack there. It was possible that he had recognised the faults in the security there by just visiting. But we did suspect the thief, but no, it just seemed too big.
As suspicion surrounding Latif grew, one of Viccei's associates, Stephen Mann, broke.
Stephen Mann was not a criminal in the true sense. Once he realised that, main man's arrested and so on, and he then just put his hands up.
So what is your relationship with Mr. Viche?
And he decided that he would give evidence for us against the others, particularly Viche.
Mann rolled over, telling the police what had happened after the robbery.
He went up to Brownlow Court, where the garage was at the rear of a block of flats, and he met Stephen Mann there. They then changed boxed up what they could and changed it into whatever, so it was manageable. Then went to a flat in North London.
As the revelations poured in, Mann alleged that there was more than just one member of the Viche family involved.
Stephen Mann said Vicei's father was waiting for him. We didn't have any corroboration on that.
We were aware that the father was in this country, yes. And I do think there was a reference to the fact that the father had been at the flat that Viche was using.
As rumours circulated that Viche hadn't worked alone and had enjoyed his newfound wealth with his father, the police got a breakthrough with the centre owner, Latif, from one of Vicei's other associates.
We went through Pincus's stuff. We found telephone bills from Israel to the centre.
Before his arrest, Viche had eluded the police and fled to Israel. But why would he have been calling the security centre?
That's when we realised that Latif was involved.
Scotland Yard was facing one of Britain's biggest heists ever. £40 million worth of valuables had been stolen by an Italian armed robber. After weeks of surveillance, officers had their #1 suspect, Valerio Viche, in custody. Viche was claiming no one else was involved, but his associates were telling a different tale. And the police were about to uncover exactly how the whole operation was possible.
So you arrested Latif. What he said to us was, well, it's a relief. I'm now going to tell you all about it. I want to cooperate. And basically, he was saying that Viche had forced him to do it. And that was going to be his defence.
The security centre owner, Parvez Latif, had lied. His alibi crumbled when police discovered Viche had been calling him regularly from abroad to check on the investigation.
Latif was a very good target. He'd reduced the cost of the premiums for customers and still couldn't get any business. At the time of the robbery, I think they had 800 boxes in use out of 4,000. Latif was getting desperate. He'd already lost £500,000. Although he came from a wealthy Pakistani family, he lived quite a flash life, which he had to sustain. Other people, I think, were scared of Viche, which might explain the power and the hold he had over people like Latif.
The business was not being run properly as such. It was going down the pan. He owed money. Viche had promised him a third of the proceeds.
To make matters worse, Latif was about to find out that it wasn't only his business Viche had stolen.
Viche had an affair with Latif's girlfriend.
That was all to do with his ego and a bit on the side as such. He could do it. He could prove that I could take her away from Latif. It was as easy as that. Yeah, he used her for a while. I don't think he was too bothered about her.
As the revelations continued, the elaborate details of Viche's plan finally came to light.
Knightsbridge was opportunist because he met Latif and he became the inside agent and he wined and dined him. You know, I'd say the modern expression now is he groomed him, you know.
Viche had his sights on the prize the moment he was told about the centre by a Russian acquaintance. Latif was just a pawn in his game. Viche was meticulous in his planning. He spent months meeting Latif, offering him bribes as a sweetener until he had him on side. Viche also rented his own box at the centre to gain entry and check out the security.
And this company, despite the fact where it was in the middle of Knightsbridge, a great temptation for rich people to put their stuff away safely, wasn't doing well. Enter Viche, who is swaggering. You can imagine how effective he would have been in dominating Latif. He persuaded Latif, I think, to put up his insurance premiums and put his own guns and money into the safe deposit box about 2 months before the actual robbery. So again, it was a good way of getting to look round the place. And Latif, very obligingly, didn't take down his name and address or ask for any proof of identity. Very dangerous thing to do in the circumstances.
These discrepancies allowed Viche free rein to plot his perfect crime. Day in, day out, he sat going over his plan in minute detail, covering every eventuality.
One mustn't lose sight of Viche. He planned. He planned his robberies. You would expect that. It took time, Knightsbridge, let alone to time it the way that he did time it, although it didn't work out for him exactly on the day. The vehicles that were bought, the different premises that were used.
They've looked at the place they're going to rob. They've seen how people go past it. They've watched the routines of people who work there. So they know that to a second the time that they've got.
But on the day, not everything went according to Viche's meticulous plan. The first mistake came when he tried to call the gang member posing as a security guard outside.
He was wandering around out the front. Tried to call him.
Lead it to 4, come in.
Wasn't paying attention. Let's say they didn't communicate.
Despite hours of planning, the fake guard had made a rookie error. The volume on his radio was turned down.
Viche couldn't believe it. Slapped him a few times. I wasn't listening to the radio.
And the mistakes didn't stop there. Before the raid could begin, Viche called for his final accomplice, also outside.
He wanted the van, and he couldn't get a response. He had to leave the vault. He goes out and then bumps into a uniformed police officer.
Viche could have been rumbled before he'd even begun, but he made a split-second decision.
You know, he just had to front it up, but, you know, other people might have panicked. They were so lackadaisical, you know, and casual about it, and that's why they made mistakes. By the time they got back, the police by then had disappeared because the police had been there for totally different reasons. That's your luck sometimes, you know.
But luck wasn't all on Viche's side. The police were about to learn exactly how his bloodstained fingerprint ended up in the vault.
the boxes. They did need banging, they really did need some hitting. Then you've got to pull them out, and that's why when they were rushing, that's why he cut his finger. Quite a deep cut.
If Viccei had not cut his finger on the lock of one of the safe deposit boxes, he probably would have got away with it.
It was this simple error by Viccei himself that eventually led the police straight to him. Officers also discovered how the gang had managed to smash open the steel security boxes.
You're presented with a box. If you haven't got a key, you've got to force it open. It's as easy as that. And he made a tool. They had to hit the lock in a certain way to break it in one. I mean, if you're spending, 5 minutes breaking one box, another 5 minutes, another. It's like the films. It's a dream, isn't it? You're in a deposit box and you've got hours, and you can just break them all open at willy-nilly and select what you want.
They may have managed to break open the boxes, but the gang's raid was flawed in many ways. Along with his own slip-ups, the crew Viccei selected were also to blame for his downfall.
He playing what he thought was meticulous, but because it's up to the players on the day. And he knew that they were a liability, maybe. If they'd had their radios tuned in and they just were half awake, then he wouldn't have had the delays and so on.
Mr. Parvez Latif.
As well as their errors during the robbery, some of Viccei's associates were quick to roll over once the police came knocking.
Everybody has to look after themselves. Viccei looked after himself in certain respects. But that's what happens in these cases, where you have a number of defendants, suddenly dog eats dog.
As officers questioned suspects and built the case, the revelations kept coming.
4 days he spent sorting out all the gear, dividing up into whatever. The watches, the stones, and all the money went into the bath, which he says was about £1 million.
True to his playboy image, Viccei spent days reveling in his newly acquired wealth. But he also slipped up once he had the goods in his possession.
We got a lot of property back. We found different deposit boxes with watches, stones, etc., etc. He's got his firearms back.
Despite his carelessness, he wasted no time cashing in his spoils, selling items around the world.
He was travelling in and out of Europe. He went to Switzerland to broker the deal for the diamonds. He then went to Antwerp, Belgium, and then he met people there that introduced him to the Israelis.
He obviously had travelled a lot, and he obviously knew the byways of Europe, where you could get rid of diamonds, places like Antwerp, where you could move money easily. And he'd been involved with the drug world then, and now is a very good way of transporting stuff and building up connections as well.
And this wasn't Viccei's first job in the UK. He'd been a busy man since arriving on our shores just 18 months previously. Detectives discovered he was responsible for at least 5 other armed robberies in London, netting him over £250,000. These helped fund work on the Knightsbridge job. One raid had taken place at the illustrious Coutts Bank just months before.
Because they're dressed in motorcycle helmets. Viccei's got his Beretta waving it around. All the customers sitting on the floor, hands up and so on, terrified. He got £26,000 out of that, and then he jumped on their motorbikes and off and away, He was spending a lot of money. He was using coke. He still had bills to pay. He was living in a hotel and womanising. He was a robber. He got a buzz out of it, couldn't stop doing it.
The main Knightsbridge trial was long and eventful. It took years to track certain gang members around the world. David Poole received 16 years for robbery. Peter O'Donoghue 11. Israel Pincus got 10 years for receiving stolen goods. As for the 2 informants, Stephen Mann received 5 years, whilst the centre owner, Parvez Latif, got 18 years. Ringleader Valerio Viche received 22 years for robbery and possessing a firearm. Eric Rubin fled to Israel but was eventually extradited and given 12 years in 1991. Despite Stephen Mann's allegations, Vicei's father was never charged. Although Viche received a lengthy sentence, it did nothing to calm his cocky attitude.
He was reading the Guinness Book of Records, waiting for the jury to come back, just boning up on where he stood as far as the biggest heist was. Amazing.
He liked to be known as the one that had done it. He wasn't ashamed of the fact. He was very proud of the fact that he was an Italian who'd come across and done the biggest robbery of all time.
What I think is dangerous with someone like Viche is to glorify him, is to talk about him as a high, I use the expression highwayman, and I think it would be very dangerous to turn him into some sort of cult figure or a sort of mythical figure. He was a bank robber, or a robber certainly, an armed robber, quite good at what he did, ruthless, and he could well have killed people if he'd had to. And I think one should always bear that in mind when you see the gold chain and the big smile in the pictures.
With the main culprit and his accomplices in prison, the police investigation was a success. But of the estimated £40 million worth of goods stolen, only a fraction was ever recovered.
9 people are being questioned by police in London investigating last month's raid
on safe deposit boxes in Knightsbridge. They also say they found several £1 million worth of cash, silver and jewellery.
We know what we recovered, about £10 million worth of property.
30 of the owners never went to the police, so nobody has any idea what was in those boxes.
We also know that there was 24 to 26 kilos of scrap gold that went into Hatton Garden and was melted down. Now, that scrap gold consisted of the bangles and chains and so on that the original jewellery had been in.
It was a suggestion that, in fact, Viche and his friends had robbed other members of the underworld. So it's quite possible that the Knightsbridge safety deposit boxes also held some of the secrets of the underworld as well.
As for the rest of the loot...
He never did say what had happened to it. He said it was in a safe place, but that was it. It was obviously not going to divulge where it was.
Despite being locked up in prison, Viche never stopped trying to make a name for himself.
He asked if he could write a book about his actual robbery.
Most criminals would not write books. I mean, it's their business, it's their livelihood. You don't give away your trade secrets to the other side. Viche couldn't care less.
I said to him, well, you know, why the Knightsbridge job? And he said, well, he wanted to be known as the one who'd done the biggest robbery in history. And that was his main motivation for it. The money obviously was part of it, but his main kick in life was that he was going to be the #1 criminal in the world.
After writing a book on his crimes while in prison, Viche was eventually sent back to Italy in 1992 to serve the remainder of his sentence. 8 years later, his life of crime came to an untimely end. He was just 45 years old.
And then, of course, eventually ended up in Pescara, and then he was getting parole, weekend leave, and of course then he couldn't leave it alone. He got involved with another couple of guys in a car in the mountains up near where he was living at the time.
2 Italian traffic policemen came up, saw the car, were suspicious and stopped them. There was an exchange of gunfire. Viche seriously wounded one of the policemen and then walked over to kill him. And the policeman shot him back, got there first with a submachine gun and hit him 12 times. Why not just run? Why not just walk away? Why not escape? But to go over and just calmly plan to shoot him is quite cold-blooded, quite... Again, it's all part of this sort of image that he cultivated. If Viche hadn't decided to be so cold-blooded and come over and kill the policeman, he could easily have got away and survived that. The twist for Viche is here's the man who committed one of the world's biggest robberies, and certainly one of the biggest robberies ever committed in Britain, dies at the hands of a wounded policeman in the Italian countryside, hardly recognised or known. In fact, after he was killed, it took the police some time to work out who he was, which must have really galled him.
And that was the end of him. Bye-bye, Valerio.
It was 1963, a warm summer's night in the heart of the English countryside. The biggest robbery of all time was about to take place.
I saw the lights of the train coming towards me, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "This is it, this is it, this is it."
Bruce Reynolds was the mastermind behind this audacious plan. A plan so well executed, the gang fled with a staggering £2.6 million. How did they do it? This is the story from the man who organized it all.
First I heard about it was, of course, on the radio news. It came up to say that a Royal Mail train had been hijacked in Buckinghamshire, and it was thought that rather a lot of money might have been stolen. What an understatement that turned out to be.
All day, scores of cars, motorcycles, bicycles have been arriving at the gates of Leatherslade Farm, where the mail bandits hid with their loot for a few days after the train ambush.
It was Buster that woke me up, and he said it's 2.5 million plus, you know.
The council chamber has been packed all day. Piled in a corner, a great stack of exhibits: an axe, 3 pickaxe handles, mailbags, boiler suits, sleeping bags, and 8 tea chests crammed with yet more exhibits.
The Fleet Street Press was styling it the crime of the century. 2.6 million was stolen. Today would be about £33 million.
The Great Train Robbery entered the history books when a highly organized gang stole millions of pounds from a Royal Mail train. In just 30 minutes, 15 men had hijacked the travelling post office and offloaded the cash. But its success was down to its perfect planning. Well-known career criminal Bruce Reynolds believed he was just the man for the job.
I was recognised as a face in the underworld. I was 32, full of use, so it was just really a question of finding the right, as we used to call it, a piece of work. We wasn't that far away from the end of the Second World War. So when they say swinging 60s, it was certainly swinging 60s. I was drinking in the Star Belgravia with Billy Hill, industrialists, film producers, all those debutantes that like to mix with a bit of rough. I was going to the same tailor that Cary Grant went to in driving sports cars of all types at that time, because that was also a mark of who you were in the world. There's a network that was supplying the inner circle of thieves with information.
One of these thieves was Gordon Goody, a well-established criminal with good contacts in the underworld. His connections with the solicitor provided the key Bruce needed.
A crooked solicitor said that he'd got information about a possible major robbery. He knew about a mail train coming from Glasgow to London. He said that the figure that had been mentioned to him had been 1 million to 6 million. As a thief, this is what you're looking for all your life. This is a chance to fulfill, let's say, romantic fantasies, and also enable me to literally retire from crime.
When jobs like this turned up, you either had the contacts to make it happen or let the opportunity pass you by. Bruce grabbed it with both hands. This was serious cash. Well known in the criminal underworld, he was fresh from a robbery at Heathrow Airport.
I'd been involved, or wanting for questioning, as the euphemism goes, by Scotland Yard over the airport robbery. It was a well-organised robbery, and as I say, it got great press acclaim. Met up with my friends, and of course my enthusiasm infected the others to an extent. I said, we've got to get to work, and we've got to get to work with something that's going to be worthwhile. I was the motivator. I was the one who had the enthusiasm. I was the one that made sure everything was looked at from my point of view rather than leave it to someone else.
But a robbery on this scale was going to take some doing. It wasn't a job for opportunists. It needed the right team. And Bruce knew just the men. 31-year-old Charlie Wilson was a big-time criminal who Bruce had worked with before. 34-year-old Ronnie Biggs was a one-time carpenter turned small-time crook. Crucially, he could supply a much-needed driver for the train. 32-year-old Buster Edwards was a former boxer and nightclub owner and a long-time confidant of Bruce, a man he knew he could trust. What none of them knew was that this robbery would make them household names.
The nucleus of it was all people that I'd worked with on previous robberies, and you know, they knew how to keep their mouths shut and security-minded.
Making up the rest of the core team was Jimmy White and Thomas Daly.
When things had to be sort of drawn out, Buster wasn't living at home. He'd rented a flat in Twickenham, and we'd have meetings over there where Blackbird was brought out, and you know, you'd point out what the situation was, and you know, literally thrash it out. The idea was formed. As there at Bicester, there was an army barracks that if we had been interviewed by the police, you know, we was dressed like roughly sort of more military than railway. I was in charge of the operation as the major, and I would inform the policemen that we were on a military exercise.
Bruce quickly realized he needed more men he could rely on. Stopping a 135-ton locomotive was going to need a few heavies.
If there's 1 to 6 million, we need bodies to handle the bags. Plus, if things do go wrong on the track, we've got something like 80 people on the train to contend with. We wanted someone who knew railway procedures, who knew how to stop the train for sure. So Buster knew the South Coast Raiders, he knew 1 or 2 of them, and he knew they'd got a guy, Roger Caudry, who'd arranged for various methods where they'd stopped trains successfully on the South Coast line. So you have the big guys, they're the attack team, and the little guys are the technicians.
The gang was in place, 15 men, all ready for a slice of the action. But months of planning lay ahead, and in the underworld where secrets are hard to keep, Bruce was desperate to keep this one well under wraps.
What you're trying to do is not to excite any attention and keep a low profile, and if you're going to meet, particularly in large numbers, you've got to devise some sort of method. I mean, we used it to take a ball over to Wimbledon Common and, you know, kick it around a little bit, and then you go into a huddle when you say, this is the plan. One of my mentors said to me, Bruce, you've got to think you're a spy in an enemy country and behave accordingly, that everyone is out to catch you in some way or another. So when we had sort of meetings, we kept it as little as possible that we weren't together at any particular time.
Bruce knew people he could trust, but that wasn't enough. He had to know more about the Royal Mail train and its contents. An old contact proved to be the inside link he needed.
It was well known that the railways carried a lot of money at various times, But to get the specific information is very difficult. Just the mere fact you know that trains carry money, well, that's not good enough. I went to see a contact of mine who was only a porter at Waterloo Station, and he outlined to me what trains came in with money, and there was what he termed the money train. He didn't know how much was on board, but what he did know, there had to be a lot of money because of the police presence when the train was unloaded.
The pieces were fitting together, but the perfect robbery wouldn't be a success if the perfect location couldn't be found, and time was running out. Bruce set to work visiting potential spots to hijack the train.
A lot of them were quite content, you know, to let me do the donkey work, to let me look at where we could stop the train. I found what I thought was the perfect spot. It was adjacent to a B road where there was a bridge with a culvert. The perfect spot to stop the train and unload it. The place we'd chosen, it really adjoined 3 counties, which of course always makes it difficult if a robbery has taken place. The counties get mixed up, who's handling it.
The location was spot on, but he also needed a base and somewhere to split the cash. He found it at Leatherslade Farm.
The decision was made that we should find a place where we could hide out rather than drive back home. It was 17 miles as the crow flied from Brinks-Mat to Leatherslade Farm. The crooked solicitor said he got someone who would buy the farm for us. A deposit was put down and we were allowed the keys to actually go ahead with it. So we sorted out where the train was going to be stopped. We worked out where the hideout was. We worked out a route from Brinks-Mat where the robbery would take place. With that, I think virtually everything was complete.
Everything was set. Months of preparation all came down to this one night. If it went to plan, the 15-strong gang would be made for life. But if it went wrong...
How you sort of make your mark in any walk of life, whatever your profession, is by results. We'd got 2 Land Rovers, both with the same registration plates. Perfect night, beautiful weather, countryside, you know, it was absolutely marvellous.
But just as the atmosphere intensified and the gang got into position, a message came through to put everything on hold. It looked like it was all over before it had even begun. It was the night of the biggest heist of all time. A gang of prolific criminals was about to hijack a Royal Mail train carrying millions of pounds. But just as everybody was ready to go, word came through to wait.
We've been told a date, the August bank holiday. Everyone was at the farm. Someone cycled out to a village some couple of miles away and phoned through the contact. And he said, no, you have to wait till tomorrow. After a bank holiday, obviously there's spending all over the country, so banks had excess money.
It took the banks a few days to collect the extra money for transportation to London, which meant the jackpot even more than originally thought.
So the contact said, you have to wait till tomorrow. That's when the major money is coming through. It was a day later than it should have been.
The promise of more money was enticing, but in the meantime, the gang had to sit and occupy themselves.
Then we had a lull, really, in the enthusiasm. 24 hours delay meant people started thinking, hold on a minute, the enormity of this crime we're about to commit could have devastating results with us. So there was a bit of rallying that had to be done.
Bruce's reputation kept the gang's morale together. They trusted his word and laid low at their hideout for 24 hours.
You're part of a group, you know. You can't suddenly say, I don't want to be in it now. You lose face with your comrades. They knew my provenance, you know. They knew that I was a very sound man. They knew that I'd been quite successful in lots of robberies.
This was the biggest job of Bruce's criminal career. Everyone knew the drill. They went in hard, each man armed with a kosh, but it was to prove a mistake.
So I was playing my role. It was like a commando raid. I was dressing the part, even wearing a SAS beret. We left the farm, perfect night, beautiful weather, countryside, you know, it was absolutely marvellous.
But how were they going to stop a fast train without anyone noticing? The answer? Get the driver to do it. First, a glove would be used to cover the green light. Then the red signal would be rewired so it was under the gang's control. Next, the train would be stopped at Cheddington, where the two front carriages would be uncoupled and driven down the line to Brinks-Mat, where finally, the high-value sacks containing all the loot would be unloaded into the waiting vehicles. There was no time for any mistakes.
We was in position by about 2:30. The train comes through at 3 o'clock. So we had half an hour to cut all the telephone wires. We completely isolated the whole area as regards contact. So we knew that we'd have, you know, something like a minimum of a half an hour start before people got off the train. It was really just a question then of splitting up. The attack team were at Brinks-Mat. I was further up the track to identify the train. It was all coming to fruition. I knew that whatever happened in the next sort of half an hour was going to change my life forever.
Now it was simply a case of waiting. As soon as the train could be seen in the distance, it was all systems go.
I saw the lights of the train coming towards me, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, this is it, this is it, this is it.
My job on the night of the robbery was to sort letters for South East London in the 5th coach from the front of the train. Well, being after the bank holiday, there was extra mail on board. We normally only carried 30 to 40 high-value bags on a normal day, but after the bank holiday, there was between 120 and 130. There was a lot of pressure on, and there was extra staff employed to deal with the pressure.
When we got to where the red signal was at the gantry, the train ground to a halt. Paddy and I are sitting in the Land Rover just waiting to see the train and its 2 carriages pull away from the other 10 carriages that form the train. For a moment, you know, it was silence.
British Rail were doing major engineering work on the West Coast Main Line, so no one took much notice of the train coming to a stop.
The mail train was carrying over 70 staff, too many people for the gang to take on. The front carriages needed to be detached and moved so as not to arouse suspicion and buy the robbers time. But uncoupling a train requires experts and time, neither of which the gang had.
Then we heard sort of clanking as the train was taken apart, and very, very slowly, almost imperceptibly, the engine and the 2 coaches and 1 container high-value packages pulled away from the rest of the train, and with that, we then drove up to Brinks-Mat.
The gang needed to move fast. They'd lost ground detaching the carriages and in the hurry had burst some pipes. Little did Bruce know that the driver had also been attacked in the rush.
And the next thing I knew was A masked man was climbing up the steps. I grappled with him and I almost forced him off the footplate, but I was struck from behind by another. The next thing I remember, I was on my knees on the floor, and I was told to get in my driving seat, take the train forward and not look up.
We'd attended to Mills, who'd been hurt in the attack, and his fireman, who hadn't been hurt at all. They were handcuffed on the embankment. I think Charlie Wilson gave one of them a cigarette, put a bit of a bandage round his head.
I walked through to the front of the train to see what was going on, and in the leading coach I noticed that the gangway door was open, and that's where the high value coach and the stowage vehicle and the loco had come detached, and it was quite a way down the line. But at that particular time there was nothing sinister apparent.
Inside the train, the male workers remained oblivious to what was going on.
Charlie Wilson opened the door and a chain was formed and the bags started coming down the embankment, passed from one man to another, onto the back of the army lorry. I kept checking my watch to make sure everything was all right. I'd allowed half an hour to unload the train. We'd got to 120 bags and I checked my watch and said, that's it. Someone said, well, there's 8 bags left behind. I said, well, we've got a timetable, we'll stick to it. And with that, the 8 bags were left there and we drove off to Let Us Say Farm.
The gang had done it. They'd shifted over 2 tons of cash in half an hour. As they drove off with millions of pounds, the workers on the rest of the mail train began to realise something was very wrong.
After about 40 minutes, a member of the staff that was in the high value coach, he came back to the main portion of the train and said that robbers had attacked the high value coach and that they had taken most of the high value bags. Had he not done that, no one on the train would have been any the wiser.
It was a beautiful night and I could vaguely hear people were singing in the lorry behind and they were singing the Tony Bennett number, The Good Life.
The officer in charge of the travelling post office, he detailed 2 postmen to go to a local house and raise the alarm. Everybody was in total shock that it could happen, that the Queen's mail had been taken.
The largest robbery in British history had been pulled off by Bruce Reynolds and his gang of train robbers. 120 mail bags containing more than £2 million had been stolen from a Royal Mail train in just 30 minutes. As workers on the train were left dumbstruck, the 15 robbers thought they were home and dry.
It was almost like I smelt victory. We had a VHF receiver. Just as we pulled in the farm, it came over on the police message. It said, you won't believe this, they've just stolen a train.
I mean, when I got there, all there was part of the train and post office workers all looking out the window, wondering what the hell's gone on.
The first I heard about it was, of course, on the radio news. It came up to say that a Royal Mail train had been hijacked in Buckinghamshire, and it was thought that rather a lot of money might have been stolen. What an understatement that turned out to be.
We finished up doing the fingerprint side. The actual track had to be photographed, the signals, which have all been interfered with. The wires on the telephone were cut.
As the sheer scale of the raid dawned on the local police forces, the gang was tucked away at its hideout.
All the bags were stacked up inside. Contrary to what you've seen in films, it was no loose money, it was all parcelled up in individual parcels, so there was a job for someone to open them all up and count what we'd got. I think it was almost verging on sort of a euphoric hysteria. August the 8th, which was Ronnie Big's birthday. So, you know, everyone was sort of making gestures towards Ronnie, you know. there's a tenner, you know, there's 1,500 quid, you know. I mean, that was it. It was just sort of playing with Monopoly, which indeed had been one of the pursuits to kill the time up there.
But for Bruce, the excitement of pulling off the crime of the century quickly subsided.
I was then absolutely sort of shattered, and I went upstairs and said, give us a call when you know how much we've got. And I virtually collapsed onto bed, and that's when, if you like, the euphoria of success faded a little bit. You know, it was almost like an anticlimax. I thought, well, we've done it, you know, what do I do now?
But just as Bruce was contemplating his next move, so were the police.
One of the robbers ordered the men on the train, stay in here for half an hour. Superintendent Futrell said, well, that was probably the half hour that they needed to get from the scene of the crime to their hideout. He had already got a clear idea in his head that the robbers would still be within the vicinity.
This throwaway comment may well have been their undoing. As the local forces scrambled to respond, the robbers had only one thing on their minds: the cash that would set them up for life.
I think it was Buster that woke me up, and he said it's 2.5 million plus, you know. So I said to him, you know, how do you feel about that? And he said, I think that'd do very nicely indeed.
You're bloody right. Good.
Every gang member had an equal share of the loot, 150 grand, the equivalent of a staggering £3 million each today. As daylight broke just hours after the raid, most of the gang settled in to let the heat die down, but Bruce had his own plans.
We got contingencies that we might have to stay there some length of time. Hence, the place was well provisioned, more or less to last a siege of a month. But I left the farm the next morning and I hitched a ride into Tame, and I had 2 women friends who were antique dealers drive up with a van, and the bags was put into the back of the van. They drove off to London with it.
Bruce had a well-laid plan and stuck to it. For him, once the job had been completed, the safest option was for everyone to go his own way, quietly. While Bruce put his plan into action, he left the rest of the gang to its own devices.
Once the robbery was over, it's a dissolution of the team altogether. Everyone was going to make their own separate ways. There was a hint of madness about the whole robbery because we'd been in the frame, obviously, for the airport robbery, and the same degree of planning was present with the train robbery. So it was pretty obvious, you know, that we were going to get calling cards from Scotland Yard.
As Bruce made his quick exit, the others tried to adjust to their newfound wealth, unaware that their actions had made waves in the small village.
The local farm worker down at Oakley had become a bit uncomfortable and a bit suspicious of some comings and goings that he'd been seeing at the vacated Leatherslade farm. He had seen people working who, when asked, showed themselves to be prospective builders, decorators, doing work on the farm, ready for the new owner to move in some weeks later. Whoever it was, they seemed to have left some vehicles up there which he knew didn't belong to the previous owner. They were a couple of Land Rovers and also an open-backed Austin lorry. And so he had phoned in, and after describing what he had seen, you know, it was an attitude of, well, this might be worth your while to go and have a look at that.
The farm worker knew the area well, and if he was suspicious, it was worth taking a look. But had the robbers fled in time?
I opened the back door. We were in the kitchen, and that kitchen was absolutely chock-a-block with foodstuffs and provisions. It was everywhere. I'd seen a lot of sacks down in the cellar, and if those sacks contain the money that was stolen from the train, Is it likely that having got it this far, the robbers are going to leave it unattended? And I started to think to myself, well, perhaps they haven't gone. Perhaps they're out amongst those trees, amongst those outbuildings, watching me. I'd got no illusions whatsoever that they were going to allow one young, unarmed village policeman to stand between them and a passport to luxury.
Bruce Reynolds and his gang had successfully raided a mail train and fled with over £2.5 million. Whilst police forces from 3 counties were left on the back foot, the men were counting their hoards of cash. But the officers were closing in. The robbers' hideout had been blown and local bobbies were now on their trail.
I'd seen a lot of sacks down in the cellar, and if those sacks contain the money that was stolen from the train, I started to think to myself, well, perhaps they haven't gone. Perhaps they're out amongst those trees, amongst those outbuildings, watching me.
But the rest of the gang had left, leaving John and his colleague to scour the farm for much-needed clues.
The thing that struck us first and most forcibly was the house itself, because every one of the windows in that house was covered over. We had a walk round the yard, and then, of course, we saw the vehicles. A couple of Land Rovers and a big open-backed Austin lorry, an old army lorry. But the thing that really triggered it was when I spotted that the 2 Land Rovers both bore the same registration number. And I knew that weren't right.
The identical number plates had been a ploy to confuse people. But it wasn't just the Land Rovers the robbers had to worry about. Their hideout had been blown. They'd made their escape just in the nick of time. As for Bruce, by now he was well away from the scene of the crime and plotting his next move.
The heat was on everybody, and no one wanted to be caught with large sums of money. So I had someone who was going to look after my share, and he'd said to me, it's going underground, you won't be able to touch it for a while, so take what you need and give me the rest. And there's an old thieves saying is that you can trust any man with your money, your life, and your wife, but never all 3 together.
For the rest of the gang, trust was wearing thin. The farm that was now crawling with police was meant to have been destroyed. The solicitor involved had paid an acquaintance to set light to the building and destroy any evidence. Despite being paid thousands of pounds, he never did the job. Their secret hideout was now a treasure trove of clues.
One of their number was actually tasked with that job, and I suspect that in their parlance, cleaning it up would have meant setting light to it. And it would have burned out, and by the time a fire brigade had been summoned and got down there, it would have been a sea of hot ashes, taking with it all the evidence, all the clues, all the forensics.
No end of fingerprints there, yeah. You had plates, which were used, ketchup, there was the Pipkin cans of beer, where they'd been staying there, living it up. I think they tried to clear it all up, but obviously they left quite a lot. You've got the transport problem of the lorries, the Land Rovers, all in garages. So they each had to be taken out, fingerprinted and examined for forensic. Paint eventually was found on the pedals of one. You had all the bonfires that had been where they'd tried to get rid of stuff. It was a filthy job, really. I think it was one of the most successful cases that they've had, fingerprint-wise, in the country, really.
Investigators discovered more and more clues. As for the robbers, panic started to set in, and they quickly found themselves in a game of hide-and-seek with the police. Even Bruce was in their sights.
The desperate hours came in because I was picking a paper up and reading that, just like a game of dominoes, there was a new name that had been arrested the day before. I could almost taste the porridge that you get in prison. I thought that capture looked like being inevitable. There was a knock on the door. Angela, my wife then, she opened it, and there was a policeman there. They said, is there anyone else here? And she said, well, no. And with that, I think I'd just got a pair of shorts on or something. I stood up, minus the shorts, completely nude, and Angela then picked up the cue immediately and said, well, I'm sorry, but my husband's away and this is a friend of mine. I covered up my best bits and they sort of didn't want to look and apologised profusely and left. You know, they got back to the station and said, well, we just caught someone, the husband's away and having an affair. Some said, as a joke, it wasn't him, was it? Because the photo had appeared then in the police gazette. And of course, crestfallen, their faces dropped. This became known as the French farce incident.
You've been had, son.
Bruce decided he couldn't take any more chances. It was time for drastic action. Especially now the police had pulled in their first suspect, Roger Caudry, and were fast closing in on the others.
Right, team. Give me an update.
I was just debating whether I should really go missing. I was drinking a bottle of vodka a day, you know, just to sort of stay abreast of it. I wasn't going out at all. I had my best friend who retired from being an active criminal, and he started arranging plans for me to move out of the country. We had connections with South Africa and we had connections with Mexico. In Mexico, who would be connected with the train robbery? Plus, I'd read about Mexico. I liked the idea of it. I thought, this is the place for me.
So while the other gang members were gradually all being brought to justice, Bruce was forging a new life.
By this time, of course, I'd acquired a passport in the name of Keith Clement Miller. Well, my pal arranged for someone we knew who was a pilot who would fly me out from Elstree to Belgium, where I could pick up a plane for Mexico.
Bruce Reynolds was a very active criminal. He was big time. He was in a league right at the top. And I'm sure his name must have come into the frame relatively early. Although they knew that they wanted to talk to him, they wanted to interview him, Mr. Reynolds wasn't there to be talked to.
Most of the men in the gang thought the robbery was going to be their passport to a new life. But the reality was very different. Once they had the cold, hard cash, they simply didn't know what to do with it.
Most of the other members of the gang panicked and themselves got rid of all the money. Over £100,000 was found abandoned in a wood near Dorking. Another load was found abandoned in a telephone box near the Old Kent Road in southeast London. So, you know, people were now getting the wind up and they didn't want to be caught with all that evidence on their hands.
Months down the line, most of the gang had been arrested. Ronnie Biggs had been caught, but later escaped. The only robbers still at large were Buster Edwards, Jimmy White, and Bruce, who had settled nicely into his new life abroad.
We've got a penthouse. With it came a maid, and I deemed it was okay for my wife and my son to come over. For us, it was absolutely marvellous. We were very, very happy there. I mean, why shouldn't we be? You know, we was leading the sort of life I dreamed about, a Hemingway existence. And we was going to the bullfights every Sunday, drinking champagne as always.
Bruce lived a high life for years, travelling the world and living off the spoils of his crimes. Other gang members were less fortunate. By 1966, both Buster Edwards and Jimmy White had been arrested. All the main men were now inside, with the exception of Bruce Reynolds, who was still managing to evade the long arm of the law. But officers were adamant they would catch the man behind the great train robbery.
Chief Superintendent Tommy Butler had a most distinguished service and was about to retire, but no, he decided that he wanted to carry on and see if he could bring this to a satisfactory conclusion. The conclusion, of course, being the arrest of Bruce Reynolds.
Pulling off a job like this.
Word was coming back to Scotland Yard that he had been seen in such and such a place, was believed to be using such and such a name, but either the country where he was supposed to be lodged wasn't cooperative or didn't have an extradition treaty with the UK, or that they'd moved on by the time they got over there. And so Bruce Reynolds remained at liberty for 5 years.
By now, though, Bruce was hungry for another job. His time on the run had been a whirlwind, and he was getting restless.
My mentor said there could be a couple of interesting projects if I came back to England. We was told that there was another one in Leeds concerning a post office van that was containing something like 5 million. And in the back of my mind I thought, well, we can always do that robbery there, then we can move anywhere in the world.
He was back on British soil. Little did the police know their most wanted man was just miles away. But it was all about to change.
I thought the fame that I'd got would enable me to maybe form another group and carry out some other robberies. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way because most of the people that I thought would want to work with me didn't want to work with me because looming over it was if you got caught doing anything with me, you're liable to get a much larger sentence than you would normally. Nothing was really working out. I realised the realities which I didn't see before, that to be on the run with a wife and a son was very difficult, let's say even with money. Without money, by this time, of course, I was running very, very low. And as things got more and more desperate, I think that subconsciously I wanted to be caught. I couldn't give myself up. That would go against my whole sort of philosophy. So I was taking risks, and I was going to places where I shouldn't go, where I might have been seen.
Some of the senior investigators obviously took the view that this is my baby and I want to see this through to a satisfactory conclusion. It wasn't until November of 1968 that Bruce Reynolds was located, living with his family down in the West Country.
One morning, the doorbell went. Nick opened the door and the police rushed in. The grey ghost, Tommy Butler, who was in charge of the flying squad at the time, made the usual remark. Long time no see, Bruce.
Don't you coppers ever knock?
I knew I was Nick, well and good. He said to me, you know, we've got all the evidence we need against you, Bruce. He said, you're down as one of the main ringleaders and there's nothing that can be done in that respect.
The game was over. It had taken several years, but finally, the ringleader of the great train robbery had been captured. It was the reward Tommy Butler and his team had long awaited. Bruce Reynolds was sentenced to 25 years. He served just 10.
If you get dealt certain cards in life and you play them the best way you can. I've got certain regrets in my life, but I can't change it.
As for the cash, was it ever returned to its rightful owners?
Of all the money, 120 sackfuls, 2.5 tons of money, 2,631,684 quid, less than £350,000 has ever been recovered or even accounted for. So that leaves a mind-blowing 87% of the original haul unrecovered, unaccounted for. Never seen again.
It was also widely reported that the money was heading to London to be taken out of circulation and incinerated.
People latching onto this and believing it said, well, in that case, I expect the government's already replaced this money, already got it printed up, ready to put it into circulation. You know, who's the loser? None of the money was going for incineration or destruction or withdrawal, and it would have been recirculated. The Fleet Street Press was styling it the crime of the century, and that's how it's always been looked at since. And I think perhaps even today it still stands up to that title.
But what about the brutal assault on Jack Mills? Do the great train robbers deserve to be called folk heroes? As it was, the money proved to be a burden for most of the robbers, and some met gruesome and untimely ends. Buster Edwards took his own life, aged 63. Charlie Wilson was murdered in Spain, and Ronnie Biggs couldn't run from his ill health. He eventually turned himself in after years on the run.
Poor old Viccei, you know, had nothing much to do with it at all, except he knew a driver. He didn't know what it was all about. He never took part in any of the planning. He never even took part in the robbery. He never handled a mailbag till we got to the farm.
So, was it all worth it?
I lived by the 3 C's, cars, crumpet and crime. Not necessarily in that order. The real sort of excitement is you can't really explain it unless you're sort of a one-man act. The great thing that I found about it was, as a crim or a thief, was not only did you write the script, you became the star. I lived a life I wanted to lead, the Hemingway existence. He made his notoriety by writing about his experiences, and I suppose I made my notoriety by major robberies.
The 4th of April 1983 went down in British criminal history when a gang of armed robbers raided a high security depot in London nicknamed Fort Knox.
At the time, it was the biggest cash robbery in this country.
This team were obviously regarded as being the top echelon of robbers.
The heist was executed with military precision. The robbers carefully planned their attack and fled without a trace.
It seemed to be completely devoid of any clues. They just seemed to have vanished with the money.
They held the guards captive for an agonizing 8 hours and then stole almost £7 million. But how did they do it? This is the unbelievable story of the Security Express heist. Easter Monday, April 1983. Security Supervisor Greg Council was starting his early morning shift at the Security Express depot in Shoreditch, London.
Greg Council was the controller for the day, and he came in to work very early, took over from the other controller. His job was to allow people to come into the secure part of the building, and generally he would sit there monitoring the cameras.
It was no normal day at the office. The bank holiday meant the depot was awash with cash as they waited for the banks to reopen the following day. Greg waited for the other guards to arrive before allocating the workload.
And it was on Easter Monday. There was a big prize there because of the Daily Mail exhibition at Earls Court. That would bring in a lot of money every year.
So millions of pounds had to be handled that day. Each guard would be busy. As Greg waited for the first of the 7 men to arrive, he went about his usual routine.
At one stage, he got up to go and get a pint of milk that was just outside the back door near a place where the wheelie bins were stored.
It was a routine move that Greg did on most shifts. but it was about to change his life forever.
One of the guards used to come out of the morning to get his cuppa and go to the other control box where they had a trap in the wall. The milkman used to leave the bottles of milk, but in doing so, he had to come out of the main building and switch all the security off and all the sensors. So there was the chink in the armour.
He just opened the back door, stretched out to get the pint of milk, and he was then pounced on by 6 people, all balaclavaed up.
Greg had no time to react. A gang of armed robbers pounced on him. He was led back into the depot at gunpoint and now feared for his life.
He was then taken back to the control room, where he was held for hours.
The security supervisor was ordered to sit back at his station and remain calm. He was still the only man on duty, but unbeknown to him, the armed gang had a detailed plan.
He was actually put by his desk, but 2 of the robbers hid themselves underneath his desk with a shotgun aimed at his crutch piece. And that's where he sat for a long while, letting his fellow colleagues come in one by one.
The pressure on Greg was immense. 7 other men were due on duty, and he knew that it took more than one guard to access the millions of pounds stored in the vaults. But so too did the robbers.
You got to get the guards to tell you exactly what's what, and what you open first or second or third, or what keys you put in, which way you turn them, panic buttons and alarm buttons.
And it appeared that the robbers even knew detailed knowledge of the premises, the security cautions they take, the locks, the keys.
He did a good job in a way, because he was told not to look up and not to see any faces, because if someone comes in the main entrance and they get a look, there was nothing to stop them running back out the door and raising the alarm. So that was a crucial moment. Everyone who walked through that door, which had to be monitored really exclusively. And poor old Greg had a shooter up his Niagaras, so he had to do as he's told, didn't he, you know?
Okay. Really, what made it even more devastating was the fact that they were there so long. Security guards were coming in every half an hour. They were confronted by a shotgun, and they were then put at the back, and it just seemed impossible that no one had noticed something untoward going on.
So the pressure was on. Guard after guard arrived for their shift, with Greg dutifully letting them in. The hours ticked by and the phones rang as usual. But remarkably, Greg managed to keep it together, despite being held at gunpoint.
Who's that? It's my wife.
And they were all laid down, they was all looked after. It was lunchtime, wasn't it? So that's been a long morning, you know, and the phones never stopped ringing.
Bye-bye.
The firm must have known that the time was running out.
The robbers laid in wait for over 7 hours, working with military precision. Each guard now lay helpless in the locker room. All but one man was accounted for, and he held the vital information they were after.
Jamie Alcott was the custodian with the keys. He had to take over the keys and know what to do with them, how to put the keys into the locks, and things like that.
But the last guard wasn't about to give up his information easily.
And one was the stubborn old boy who was being a bit clever. Of course, they had a little can of a lighter fluid. And He's told to behave himself, otherwise he's going to be set alight if he didn't tell the truth.
A gang of 6 armed robbers had burst into a security express depot in London, ready to steal millions of pounds. But it wasn't nicknamed Fort Knox for nothing. They controlled the building, but had to force every guard in there to cooperate in order to reach the money. And the last guard was going to be their biggest hurdle.
The robbers particularly wanted Jamie Alcock to come into the premises, although they had to wait for all the personnel to come in because they couldn't allow anyone to come in after they'd started removing the cash. But Alcock was the one they wanted because I think they had the information that he was the second key holder for that day. So therefore, they needed him to be there to give them the combination of the keys.
If he didn't tell the truth about where the keys were, the whole business is blown. It was a very touchy situation.
Time was running out. The robbers had been waiting for over 7 hours for the final guard to clock on. He was the only one who knew the whereabouts of the vault keys.
When they first asked Jamie Alcock to produce the second set of keys to open the vaults, he originally gave them a blank. It's not me, it's not me. And then the robbers got a little bit terse with him, and it then turned to extreme violent behaviour.
By this time, the gang was wound up. They had spent months crafting their plan. Now, one man was standing in their way.
They got a can of petrol and started to pour it over him, and somebody produced a box of matches threatening to set him alight.
He knew where they were and he wouldn't say where they were, so that's why he had the treatment with the lighter fuel, you know. But he wasn't harmed, he wasn't hurt.
Well, of course, Mr. Alcock had no option then but to get the second set of keys, and at that particular stage it was getting rather nasty.
Alcock was now badly shaken. He had been doused in petrol and terrorized. Although unharmed, he realized the robbers meant business. He had to cooperate. The gang now had all the pieces of the jigsaw. They grabbed a different guard, Alan Grimes, to put the final part of the plan into action. Their aim was to penetrate the highly secure vault, which could only be opened by a combination of keys and codes. Once inside, sealed bags were held in cages, and a further 7 safes housed even more money. But the thieves were running out of time.
They made him open up the vaults. I mean, the security there was tremendous, but you had to have someone to do it, to open it up for him.
The pressure was now mounting. No vans had left the depot for over 8 hours. Phones were ringing off the hook with customers wondering where the guards were. All but one were bound and gagged in the depot. The robbers had limited time to get to the millions of pounds.
It's a long procession to get to the vaults themselves. Once they saw all those cages full up with plastic folders full of cash, you know, every cage is full up with money, and there was cage after cage of them. Between 6 and 7 million pounds was cleared out. All that was left was silver, I think, at the end.
The firm wasted no time loading the contents of the vault into their waiting van. Nearly £7 million was removed in just 20 minutes.
Once you're in there, you're not going to run out and leave £200,000 or £300,000 in a bag. It's only a matter of throwing them on, isn't it? You've got to clear it out.
But as the van sped away, one gang member nearly blew their whole operation.
On the way out, one got nearly trapped in the door because the doors was closing on him, and he got stuck in just at the last moment because he had to run across the yard from the box, press the button and then run and get out. Of course, the vans and the car had already gone, the van with the money, and they're just the car outside waiting for him.
And then there was silence. The guards were left bound and gagged. Millions of pounds had been stolen whilst they lay there helpless, and the police had no idea until one of the guards struggled free and raised the alarm.
When I actually got to the premises, there was at least 8 of the security staff. They were all in various places, being interviewed by officers. You could see various items, like stockings. The guards' helmets were left on the floor. And then when you went in the vaults, of course, there was turmoil there. The whole thing was just in chaos, really.
The highly organised gang wasted no time in fleeing to a secret location.
There's not many places you can drive a big vehicle in. There's too many nosy people around in town. It's got to be out in the sticks a little bit, where you can pull down a few lanes and then pull into somewhere where you've got no neighbours or something.
Police were now in a race against time to draw up a list of potential suspects.
I think from the outset, we knew it was a real professional team, and probably an old-fashioned team, a mature team. They seemed to be well in control of the guards. They knew exactly what to do and say and how to frighten the guards into doing what they were told.
So professional was the gang that they left no way of tracing them at the scene. By the time the police were looking for clues, the thieves were tallying up their new fortune.
I was invited on board to help. The money went back to a barn where the money was laid out on trestles and divided up into different sections and parcels. Everyone was in charge of their own particular money, you know. It's very nice, but you couldn't even put anything in your pocket and take it home with you, could you, you know? Or go home and say, go out and buy yourself a new car. You have to keep very quiet about it, don't you? Very stum.
With the money in hand, the gang asked Freddie Foreman, a prominent member of the London underworld, on board to help handle the vast amount of cash. Meanwhile, the investigation quickly grew into one of Scotland Yard's largest ever. They needed results, and officers were desperate for clues.
There was immense pressure to capture these people, so much so that I think most of the members of the flying squad, and I think there was 80 plus, that were actually engaged on it right from the beginning. There was hardly anything left there at all. It seemed to be completely devoid of any clues. They just seemed to have vanished with the money.
And whilst officers were put on the back foot with no forensic leads at the depot, the cash was divided and taken deeper into the gang's network.
We were fortunate enough to have an office in the building where the money was kept. And had tea and sandwiches and counting machines and things. And of course, all marked money has to be disposed of if the bank staff have marked it in any particular way. So that can get you arrested and nicked later on, you know. So you have to go through it all, really, as best as you can.
As Foreman counted the cash, detectives started to pick up on other leads.
We were doing a bit of proactive policing, setting up surveillance points on various teams. One of the bits of information we had concerned a particular pub in Stoke Newington called the Albion. An informant had phoned us to say that people who were frequenting that were involved in the robbery. We had set up an observation point which lasted for months and months, and we did in fact see 3 or 4 people that were already in our system who had been put forward as potential suspects for the robbery.
The officers on the flying squad, they'd been there years. They knew the notable families in the East End or London, full stop, who would be capable of committing this type of robbery. We just put all the names in forward. We would go out and do work on them and come back and decide whether we actually went and did searches, arrested them, brought people in, did some interviews. But it was very difficult because the fact is that we had no evidence.
The flying squad were now on the trail of several suspects, but had little to go on other than their hunch. Meanwhile, Foreman was carefully making plans.
It's very difficult. I mean, if you've got a large amount of money, to leave it somewhere where you know it's going to be safe. I actually did have somewhere. I had a friend who was in the city, and he was in charge of an office block. It used to be a bank on the ground floor, so the basement still had the vaults and the safes, same as the Security Express in a sense, you know. So the money went from one vault to another vault for safety, and that was, it should have been left there, really, for indefinitely. It would have been a much better idea, I suppose.
The hunt for the missing millions was on. No forensic leads were coming from the depot. But how had the gang managed to break into the building?
I don't think any team of that quality would ever commit a robbery without detailed knowledge of the premises, the security cautions they take, the locks, the keys, and not many people apart from mid-management or higher would know all these details. There was absolutely no doubt in our minds that there was somebody very senior that had given this team inside information. And it appeared that the robbers even knew details of the families of these guards. So, you know, to know the whole outline, it appeared that there was somebody higher up than these guards.
But all inquiries on an inside man drew a blank. Months of surveillance on suspects were going cold with no new evidence. Meanwhile, Foreman was working hard not to change his lifestyle. Whilst his chunk of the money was stored safely, he went about his business as usual.
I was still living in the same flat. I had businesses, I had betting shops, I had casinos, I had pubs, clubs. I'm entitled to have a bit of cash. I could account for quite a lot of it. My intentions were to live in Spain and America. When I went to America, I was nearing up a $1 millionaire.
But detectives were digging deeper for clues, so Foreman worked hard not to arouse suspicion.
So I never changed my lifestyle at all in London. I still had the same car. I had an Audi, I think, at the time, and someone had run into the back of me, and it was all bented and doubled up, and I thought, no, I won't get it fixed. I'll leave it like it is, you know.
While Foreman was keeping his head down, officers were getting closer to some of the other suspects. And this was about to pay off. Detectives finally got the breakthrough they desperately needed.
There was a wall with screws, and as we took the top half of the wall away, turned it round, there was some writing on it, and what it was figures, starting with £400,000. Behind the wall was 3 canvas sacks, and they were full of money, full of notes.
An armed gang of robbers had ambushed a Security Express depot and fled with millions of pounds. The thieves had left no forensic clues, and all police knew was that this was the biggest cash robbery ever to hit the UK. But now, After months of drawing blanks, their surveillance was about to pay off.
The initial breakthrough was when a vehicle was found in the East End, in Hackney, I believe it was. As a result of that, we went back over what we'd done in Hackney, and it was very, very close to a garage proprietor who we'd looked at and had been visited by people who we eventually arrested.
It didn't happen right away. It happened some months later when some fella, never met him, didn't know him, a friend of John Knight's, I think it was. He was the one who sort of started the ball rolling.
The man in question was John Horsley, a garage owner who appeared to be well connected to the underworld.
I don't know exactly how it came about, but it wasn't anybody that I knew directly, you know, at the time.
His house was searched, and during the search of his house, it was found that financially, he wasn't very well off. In fact, he was in debt up to his eyeballs. Couldn't pay his gas, his electric. All of a sudden, he acquired a lot of money, paid his bills off, took his wife and family on holidays, all had cars, and were living a life royally.
Police knew they were onto something. They put pressure on Horsley to explain his dramatic change in lifestyle.
Right from the outset, Horsley denied everything, but when officers were putting to him photographs, who he met, the days he met, the number of days he met people, the number of days he met these convicted robbers, it was then that he realised that the situation was very dire for him, and he more or less confessed everything.
He told us that his part of the robbery was that he'd been asked if there was anywhere he could give as a storage place. He offered his garage, which he owned, and the gentleman who asked him if he could have a storage place asked for both or all the keys that he had to the garage, and he said it would be well looked after for the use of the garage. He gave him 2 keys. The people went away. He then turned up when they asked him to help unload a van, which was full of very large canvas bags, which all went into Mr. Horsley's garage and was then locked, and away they went.
And the revelations weren't going to stop there. Horsley had snitched, but his further confessions were going to shock even the gang members.
Mr. Horsley, unfortunately, told a little lie. He still had 1 key. And that night he went back to the garage, went into it, opened some of his torn sacks, and found they were all full of money. So in his own statement, he said he helped himself to a few £1,000, and away he went.
With Horsley now freely giving information, detectives pushed to find the new whereabouts of the cash. Searches on his garage revealed it was long gone from there.
Mr. Horsley then decided to tell us that he'd been asked to look after one of the robbers' share of the money, to count it, look after it, put it in a safe place so that it was available when he needed money. What he told us was that his father-in-law was an old age pensioner, and within his flat in a warden control place, he'd put a false wall that allegedly the father-in-law didn't know about, and behind that wall was 3 bags of money. So it was then that Mr. Wilton decided we would go out there and then and search his father-in-law's house. But we were told it would be money. We needed tolls and bags to get the money. Turned up, went into an old age pensioner's flat. First thing we noticed was the pool table where Mr. Horsley said he'd counted the money on. And secondly, went into a room and there was a wall with screws freshly in it, which we undid. And as we took the top half of the wall away, turned it round, there was some writing on it, and what it was figures starting with £400,000, and it was then like withdrawals that basically the gentleman who committed the robbery would take. Yeah. Behind the wall was 3 canvas sacks, and they were full of money, full of notes.
The interrogations didn't stop there. Horsley was a man at breaking point, but would he give up his all-important contacts?
Mr. Horsley, in his disclosure to us, had named the people who had turned up, or some of the people he knew. It was a massive breakthrough, and it was the start of the arrests of the main players within the robbery.
The police had their breakthrough. Horsley admitted his link with Billy Hickson, a local gangster with a string of convictions for robbery, and Terence Perkins, hard man from North London with one previous minor conviction. Both men were known to the police and potentially dangerous. But officers didn't stop there.
It was Mr. Perkins' money, which was behind the wall. The money was a large breakthrough because we had no evidence. We now have evidence of cash that came from that robbery.
They now had one suspect definitely linked with the cash found. But the firm were about to discover they had another supergrass amongst them.
Horsley mentioned another man who was on the periphery, a man called Opiola. We didn't know hardly anything about Mr. Opiola, but he gave us a bit of a clue.
The flying squad was on the verge of another massive breakthrough. Mr. Alan Opiola was to prove the next big chink in the robber's armor. Detective Chief Inspector Wilson wasted no time in bringing him in for questioning.
Our inquiries reveal that Mr. Opiola ran a garage that was owned by John Knight. So the information gathered momentum within, 4 or 5 days, and when we arrested Mr. Opiola, similarly to Horsley, he was just a minnow, and within a couple of days of being shown the fact that he had rented this van, he succumbed and he, in fact, became a supergrass. He told us so much that he became a very, very important witness.
Opiola's information revealed he'd been leaned on by his associate to help after the robbery.
And lo and behold, Mr. Opiola deposited £30,000 notes because he'd allowed his house to be used. He stated that his house had been used for 3 or 4 days to count the money from their bags, and it took him 3 or 4 days. His bedroom was used, his wife went and stayed with the mother-in-law.
Less than 24 hours after Opiola's revelations, flying squad officers turned up at the next suspect's house. John Knight, well known to the police and business partner of Opiola's. The informants had played right into the officers' hands. The police now had their men, but would the gang reveal all? The mystery of the largest cash robbery in London was about to be cracked by Scotland Yard. The flying squad had found nearly £400,000 of the missing millions, and their informants had revealed vital secrets. Now they had key suspects in their grasp, but would they give away any clues to the heist?
When we first arrested John Knight, at his home was found a list of building societies. During the next 24 hours, 48 hours, having visited all these branches, we realised that he'd been putting large amounts of cash into these building societies after the robbery.
They were arrested, the houses searched, certain items were found and brought in, and they were all interviewed. And from there they were kept in custody as a result of the evidence we then had.
Cracks were starting to show. The main suspects gave nothing away, but evidence was mounting. Foreman knew it was time to leave.
So I thought, well, the best thing is to get over to Spain and lay low and see how it develops and see what happens. That's what I did. That's when I left. But it was a bit ominous to leave on that particular day because that was obviously recorded and knew that I left on the day that Johnny Knight was arrested.
Despite the coincidence, Foreman jetted off to start a new life in Spain.
After 9 months out there, things seemed okay, and we felt pretty safe and secure. So I started lashing out a little bit and investing a little bit of money, and on a few apartments, which was used by family and friends most of the time.
And it didn't take long for officers to extend their search to foreign shores.
Right from the start, when these people were arrested, we realised that there were connections abroad, Spain, Portugal, Switzerland. We had evidence that they had accounts actually in Spain. Even while John Knight was in custody, there was efforts by him and his family to get a safe deposit box opened in Spain.
And I took off on several occasions, and I did every town in Spain and every coastal town or the whole perimeter. I mean, just for it to die down, but as soon as you came back, it was still going strong. The press, once the press get their teeth into it.
Detectives never gave up the hunt. It wasn't long before they were on Foreman's heels.
Freddie Foreman was part of the second wave of this inquiry with Ronnie Knight, John Mason, Everett. Freddie, in fact, goes back many years. When you think about the Crays, Jack the Hat, Ginger Marks, people like that, he has been in the top line of criminals in London for many, many years. We had information during the first year of our inquiry to do with Freddie Foreman, but we were so involved in preparing a case against the people we'd arrested that we had to shelve a lot of the inquiries because we just didn't have the personnel to do it. We knew he was in Spain. Spain were feeding us information of what was going on over there.
It was during inquiries in Spain regarding one of the suspects that officers stumbled across a link to Foreman.
My name never came into the frame until 9 months later when I was in Spain, when the police came to the Alcazar and asked questions about John Knight. The manager there said, no, there's nobody by the name of John Knight's got an apartment here. So they got their papers together and put them back in their briefcase and got up to leave and got to the door. But Ronnie Knight, they said, has got an apartment here. And his big friend, Freddie. Oh, I said, has he? They came back and started the inquiry all over again.
Detectives may have got close to Foreman, but remarkably, it wasn't until 6 years later that a twist of fate brought them face to face. Little did Foreman know, British authorities had been working closely with the Spanish police to bring their suspect back to the UK.
As I was getting in the car, they pounced on me. They took me straight to Marbella police station, and they banged me up downstairs in a cage with a load of smackheads and different Moroccans and different nationalities. I said, I want my lawyer over here to just send over for my lawyer, because nobody knew they had me. And next thing I knew, I was in the car, handcuffed, racing along the carretera 90 mile an hour. And I know where we're going, to the airport. We go straight on the tarmac. We don't go through the airport terminal. Go straight on to where the plane's waiting to taxi off. But it was empty, there was no one else on it. I broke away from him and I went into the terminal over the barrier, and all the people were queuing up waiting to come on board. I thought the more I kicked off, the more commotion I caused, they wouldn't put me on the plane, you know? They got me up the flight of stairs and I put my foot in the side of the staircase, and we all went down. Eventually they got me onto the plane and threw me down. And one of the stewards, a fella, came over and said, Mr. Foreman, he said, it's very hot, you must be thirsty, have a drink. And I lifted my head up, that's right, like, very kind of you, you know. And a beaker, and he tipped it up, and I swallowed it all down. And as soon as I swallowed it, I knew that, because there's a bitter taste. I felt myself being carried to one of the seats. They woke me up, actually woke me up, because I was still spark out, as I saw the robbery squad coming down the plane and arrested me.
Along with the previous suspects, police now had Foreman. But getting any new information would be hard. and he wasn't about to lead them to any of the cash.
If you've got anything on me, then you show me the evidence.
We recovered a lot of cash at a relative of Mr. Horsley, but in most cases, the robbers had bought property, put money in banks. So that is why we got several officers from the fraud squad to assist us, because it seemed more of a financial case than it was any other form of evidence. But of course, the thing that let the robbers down mostly was the fact that 1 minute they were penniless, and from April the 4th of 1983, they had vast amounts of money. So, you know, it just seemed so obvious that they were engaged in this particular robbery.
It was only 360,000 they traced that had been transferred from different banks from different places, and they could prove that. But I had businesses, so I could account for quite a lot of it.
The gang were on borrowed time. It had taken years, but Scotland Yard were finally piecing together their evidence through bank account details. But how the gang managed to infiltrate a top security depot remained a mystery until some time later.
Apparently, it wouldn't have happened without the office. The office across the alleyway at the side of the building was really the important reason why you could observe and spot this little chink in the armour, this floor. There's always a lot of involvement, there's a lot of work has to be done. Right the way through the night, sleeping bags, flasks and binoculars and everything to get every little detail, you know, and the angle of the cameras and things like that. Where do you think is a blind spot?
Camera on each corner, mate.
It's not like in the movies when they come all dressed in black like ninja turtle things and they're throwing grappling hooks over the wall and scrambling up. I think they were all a bit too old for all that. So it's just to ladder up the wall and a ladder to go down the other side. And they was all taken away in the van afterwards, apparently. I don't expect any one of the firm would have thought that they would have been there for over 12 hours on the robbery, because it started at 12 o'clock on the night, got to 3 o'clock when it was able to go over the wall when it was quiet, to hole up there and wait until the morning when the first guard came on duty.
After years of detective work, officers finally had evidence linking most of the suspects to the robbery.
The trial was regarded as very serious. The magnitude of the robbery and the robbers concerned was such that they were escorted to the court every single day of the trial. 2 of the robbers got 22 years. That was John Knight and Terence Perkins. They were found guilty of the robbery. Billy Hickson actually was acquitted of the robbery and was sentenced to 6 years for handling stolen goods. James Knight was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for handling a substantial sum of the cash. Ronnie Knight was in fact sentenced to 8 years when he surrendered and actually flew over here.
Jury finds you guilty of the robbery of £6 million.
The 2 informants also received time for their part in the robbery. John Horsley was given 8 years, and Alan Opiola 3, both for handling the money. As for Foreman, his trial was high profile and well publicised.
The prisoners were brought to the court under heavy escort every single day, and the jurors were in fact given police protection throughout the trial. That's how serious it was regarded, and that's how serious the gang involved were.
Well, I didn't expect them to get guilty of anything. You'd find you guilty of handling, you know. 9 years. I had to serve 6 years of that, you know.
I think in all, 5 or 6 of the main robbers were sentenced to some term of imprisonment.
The hunt for the missing loot was over. Scotland Yard had managed to cage a number of top London gangsters, but how much of the £6.5 million was ever recovered?
We recovered certain amounts of cash, but the inquiry then was taken over by insurance companies, and they retrieved large amounts through the houses belonging to the robbers, houses they bought in Spain, Portugal and other places. All in all, I believe that nearly £3 million was recovered.
It was one of the first cases of criminal bankruptcy where the insurance company then decided to go after the people who'd been convicted and seize their assets.
This was a robbery that shook London. It took the authorities over 7 years to recover less than half the cash. The whereabouts of the rest of the money remains a mystery. But despite the gang's planning and skill, most were brought to justice.
There is no doubt that the guards on that day had been put through sheer hell, because the fact that they had been held in the premises by these robbers for so long must have caused them great anxiety.
All the guards suffered trauma, but went on to recover from their ordeal over time. Despite initial suspicions, no Security Express employee has ever been linked with the robbery.
The gang were big, hard men because they lived in an area where they had to be, and they were respected in that way by other villains. People would not mess with them because of their notoriety.
I did have sort of 2 lives. I had the respectable businessman with the pubs and the betting shops and the casino and the nightclubs. And then there was the other side, the darker side. The pressure on my family was immense. For long periods away from home, in prison, you know, it's a long time out of anybody's life. There's quite a number of things in life which I regret doing, definitely.
Foreman spent many years behind bars, but it hasn't changed his outlook on life.
I don't really feel guilty about anything I did. I felt justified in what I'd done. But it was all survival. It's survival of the fittest. It's a dog-eat-dog world, the criminal world. But, you know, that's life.
In February 2006, Tonbridge in Kent became the scene of Britain's largest ever cash robbery.
They've terrorised 14 members of staff.
They are heavily armed. They've seized all the staff. They herd them into one room, make them lie on their fronts, and then start to restrain them with cable ties.
Before doing this, they had kidnapped a family, including a young child.
The worst night of my life, the depot manager's account of his terrifying ordeal.
In a highly organised attack, the callous gang terrorised their victims for hours.
Don't look at me! Stay there! Don't loot!
I was there that night, and I know the intensity they came in with to take that money.
The gang stole a record £53 million in cash before fleeing into the night. This is the dramatic story of the Securitas heist. The 21st of February 2006, the Securitas depot in Tonbridge, Kent. Staff were partway through the evening shift, sorting money.
Business works very, very fast nowadays, and they need to get rid of the cash they've taken within their businesses, and they need to be resupplied. And this is the business that this cash house is involved in. It's basically the counting of money that's taken by banks, building societies and other commercial businesses, crediting that to their accounts, and also examining those notes to see which ones are worthy to go back out on the street or which need to be returned to the Bank of England.
The depot worked around the clock, processing huge amounts of cash.
Sitting in the vault, you would have around £200 million. It came in from large organisations that took large amounts of money.
Shift manager Alan Thomas and his night team were sorting through the piles of cash, little knowing that the next hour would change their lives.
It was a perfectly normal night. Main job at night was to process the notes and then bag it up. Things changed about 1 o'clock in the morning. I was at my desk. That's when I saw Colin from where the main entrance was walking down with what I thought were policemen.
Seeing a police officer, they were duped into believing that there was a problem. Seeing their manager, who was standing there, they didn't know what had happened.
It was very unusual for Alan's boss, Colin, to come back to the depot so late.
I've never seen Colin in at that time of night before. He just came in, he looked at me and said, "I'm sorry, Alan." And I thought, what's he sorry for?
Alan's confusion quickly turned to terror.
But then one of the guys who were with him, who I thought were policemen, pointed a gun in my face and started screaming at me to get down, get down.
Don't look up.
And I knew it wasn't a normal night.
Don't look at my face and stay where you are.
They got cable ties out and started tying our hands together, and they tightened pretty tight. Only when you're lying down and they've tied you up and you've got time to think and you realise what's happening. He's standing there, you know, waving a gun at you, and you can't do anything about it. You start thinking, am I going to go home tonight?
The situation worsened as, unbeknownst to Alan, the rest of the gang entered the depot, holding the night team at gunpoint.
So seized all the staff, they herd them into one room, make them lie on their fronts, and then start to restrain them with cable ties. And some of these people are bound quite tightly. Put yourself in that position, you are bound, you are in a place that has a lot of money in it, you know what's in that, you have these people committing what is believed to be the impossible. They were terrified.
Within seconds, the Gang of Seven had entered the allegedly impenetrable depot. The building was protected by high steel fences, security cameras, airlock doors and alarms. But the thieves had overcome all these. Now the staff feared for their lives. The gang had walked through the front door, pounced on staff sorting money in the deposit processing room, and dragged everyone to an area next to the vault. And these thugs clearly meant business.
They've got a Scorpion machine pistol, an AK-47 assault rifle, Remington pump-action shotgun, and at least one handgun. Added to that, they've got ballistic vests on, which tends to suggest they were prepared, maybe to experience a shootout. Otherwise, why wear a ballistic vest?
Held against their will, the staff had no choice but to comply.
And when they got everybody gathered, then they started asking who's got the keys to the vault.
The armed robbers had a specific plan. Although millions of pounds were counted outside the vault, this wasn't their target. They'd come for something much bigger. Adjacent to the customer deposit room where the cash was sorted was the depot's high security vault.
No one person could open it. Everybody only had one type of key, and you needed a top key holder and a bottom key holder to open it. When they were locked, like over the weekend and so forth, they were all on time locks. Real high-tech security. Once you opened the doors to the vault, you had more metal grills to go through as well. I thought it was, somebody just answered to Fort Knox.
The company handled colossal sums of money, up to £250 million at a time. And now the gang had it in their sights. Keys to the vault were normally held by 2 members of staff, but just weeks earlier, Colin Dixon had given himself sole control.
I hope that they don't say to me, "Give me your key," because I'm going to have to say I haven't got it. Then they might think that you're playing them around. Lucky enough, Colin was able to go and get the keys. Then they opened the vault. We were all tied up just outside. You know, you could hear them going into the vault.
Rows of cages packed with bundles of notes lay before the gang. But as they were about to rush in, something stopped them in their tracks.
They realised that they couldn't get the money out without use of a forklift, so they had to ask for volunteers.
The money's stored in various ways, which I won't go into for security reasons, but some of it can be wheeled and some of it has to be lifted. So they force one of the members of staff to operate a handheld forklift truck, and they make him go into the vault, lift money up and load it onto the back of the lorry. He does what he's told. He can see what's going on. His manager is clearly under duress. It's clear this nightmare is unfolding before his very eyes.
Waiting in one of the loading bays was a 7.5-ton lorry, reversed into place when the gang entered the building. Once the vault was open, the thieves wasted no time ransacking it.
They continue wheeling money that's in various cages onto the lorry. Most robberies last a matter of minutes. This was an hour and a quarter.
The staff member forced to help move the cages tried to throw a spanner in the works.
What he does, in fact, do is he loads it onto the lorry, but as the weight of the money makes the lorry go down, so it's making it very difficult for them to use this hydraulic forklift. And he knows this, but he doesn't tell them. It's a brave thing to do.
The lorry, in fact, then dropped under the weight, so they actually discarded that into the loading bay.
Millions of pounds were wheeled out of the depot as the staff lay helpless.
My hands were really uncomfortable. When I got past the point of no return, really, you got 50-50 choice to make. You can say something, you know, they're either going to take notice of you and do something about it, or you can say nothing and, you know, knowing that once they've gone, you're going to be in considerable pain and you can't do anything about it. So I took the decision to say something.
The cable ties, they're too tight. Loosen them,
I started shouting at them, you know, you can't leave my hands like this. You've got to sort my hands out.
But Alan's protest gave the gang another idea.
He cut me loose, and then he was going to re-tie me, but not as tight. And then the leader of the gang said, no, don't tie him up again, I've got a better idea. So he stood me up, and then he walked me from where I was standing around to a cage that we would store money in, and he told me to get into this cage.
They decide to lock all of the hostages within the cages that normally hold all the money. So they start to invite them to climb in initially. Those that can't climb in are physically lifted and put into the cages. The cages are then locked.
Staff had been bound for over an hour in crippling positions on the floor. Now, locked in cages, they had no means of escape.
They probably felt more claustrophobic than they were on the floor, because they were then really restricted with space.
They wheel all the cages together. The last thing you hear is one of the robbers shouting,
Comment for them, which clearly they thought was jokey, and these people were just absolutely terrified.
We just sat there for a little while, and someone started kicking at his cage. We thought, have they really gone? Have they really gone?
In 2006, a vicious armed gang infiltrated a security depot in Kent that held over £200 million in cash. Having tied up over a dozen staff, the robbers entered the vault and spent more than an hour raiding its contents with no alarm raised. Workers then faced an even more terrifying ordeal as the thieves locked them in cages.
It was pretty uncomfortable for one person, and some of them they put two in.
The hostages are now left in these cages. They don't know whether the robbers have gone, whether they're going to come back and shoot them or do anything else. They're still in a state of terror.
The gang was heavily armed and had used violence. Alan and his colleagues weren't taking any chances, staying put until they felt sure the coast was clear.
Someone started kicking at his cage, And when nobody came back, and we thought, oh, they must have gone. And then everybody started kicking and so forth at the cages. One of the girls actually had a key.
As the staff were freed, Alan rushed to raise the alarm.
So I hit a panic button. I dialed 999.
Police hurried to the depot.
Please.
Meanwhile, the gang fled into the night to count the spoils.
It's vital that you get as much information as you can out of the victims, which will enable you to secure evidence at a later date. So we had a team that went to the staff, and they were put in a separate room within the depot, and they were spoken to individually by officers. We had to take their outer clothing because of forensic opportunities at a later date. Secondly, you have to remember that this place is not open to the public, so generally most people don't know it exists. Most people have never been into this depot. So you need to familiarise yourself with your surroundings at any scene. And what I wanted to do, I was keen to get into the scene and have a look at the mountain that faced us all.
Detective Sergeant Andy Nichol was stunned by the scale of the robbery that had just taken place on his patch.
When I first arrived, I saw it was the on-call detective inspector who'd arrived first. I literally said to him, as much as £1 million. And he looked at me and said, more like 20. And I thought he was kidding. I then turned to somebody else and said, is he joking? £20 million? Are we talking about 20 million? And the chap said, I think you can double that. And then I knew straight away, within a minute of arriving, that we were into something that was unprecedented.
The police were faced with a heist already tipping the scale at over £40 million. Although the gang had fled with a record sum, they'd left around £150 million behind in the vault. Officers soon discovered this was not a textbook operation, as information from the night before began to emerge, starting with the boss, Colin Dixon.
The manager had left the depot to drive home, as he usually did on his normal route, back to his home address. Now, on the outskirts of Maidstone, he was travelling when he saw blue lights on a vehicle behind him, and he thought that it was a police vehicle.
He pulled over at the side of the road, and he was approached by a man dressed in full police uniform who asked him to step out of the car and come back to the police vehicle, what he believed was a police vehicle.
As the officer spoke to Colin, over 20 miles away in Kent, his wife was at the family home waiting for his return.
Colin's wife and his child, they were at home. In the evening, things had settled down. Colin's child was in bed. Lynn was waiting for him to come home.
As Colin's wife grew concerned about his whereabouts, events for him were taking a sinister turn.
Once in the police vehicle, the offender told him that he'd been stopped for speeding and then immediately applied handcuffs. And Colin Dixon was immediately suspicious. Sometime on that journey, they produced a 9mm pistol and threatened him with it, and he knew then, clearly this was not police officers, and he clearly understood that he was being kidnapped.
In Herne Bay, Colin's wife received an unexpected visit.
And then around 8:30, 8:45, there was a knock at the door. She opened the door to find two persons she believed to be policemen who told her that Colin had been involved in a crash and that he was in hospital. He was all right, but important for them to take her to him. She immediately put two and two together and thought, well, that's the reason he's late, as anybody would. She gathered together some possessions, went to get into the car, and her initial reaction was, there's cream leather seats in this car, and she realised there was a commercial radio station on. She realised something was wrong. Her child was already in the car that she was about to get into. She started to scream, and the door was shut.
Get in, Nick. Get in.
For both Lynn and Colin, things were about to get much worse.
Colin was taken to an isolated rural location, and he was transferred from that bogus police vehicle into a van. and his legs were tied together and his glasses were taken from him and his eyes were taped down.
Lynn Dixon and her child were conveyed to a farm, and clearly they had no idea where they were going.
The Dixons were all taken to the same location and left for hours in terrible conditions. The terrified family could do nothing but comply with the gang's demands.
It was a freezing cold night. It had been snowing. Colin's eyes were untaped. He was given back his glasses and told to look straight ahead and not around him. But he was clearly aware of men in balaclavas and other disguises around him, and he could clearly see firearms, what he described as machine guns and pistols. And he was interrogated about his place of work, where the alarms were. What he didn't know at that time was that his wife and child had been kidnapped as well. And at some point during that evening, they were brought to him. The persons responsible for this crime threatened to kill his wife and child.
A heist in Tonbridge, Kent had just entered the record books, surpassing any other cash robbery in the UK. In 75 minutes, 7 thieves had ransacked a Securitas depot, fleeing with over 5 tons of cash in excess of £50 million. Officers soon discovered that the depot manager, Colin Dixon, his wife and young child had been kidnapped at gunpoint prior to the raid and forced to reveal confidential information.
How much is in there? There's
Most people put themselves in that situation. Would you comply?
How many doors are there?
Of course you would.
You need a key to get in there. Then you come into the first office. Then there's a single door there.
When Colin had told the gang what they needed, they drove him to the depot, with his eyes taped and hands bound. He had no idea what was happening to his wife and child.
At 1:27, the Volvo pulls up outside of the depot. Just prior to this, the robbers had given Colin Dixon his glasses back and they unbound his hands. To all intents and purposes, when they arrive at the depot, he's not bound in any way, he's looking normal.
The staff, having seen Colin there and with the police officer, obviously realising something is wrong. They were duped into believing that there was a problem. They went into the control room, and it was at that point that the police officer then produced a firearm. And immediately the person in the control room was subdued. At that stage, Colin was made to open the gates to allow the rest of the gang of robbers into the premises.
The thieves then set to work stealing 17 cages full of 10, 20 and £50 notes and loading 3 shopping trolleys full of cash. As the police studied the evidence further, they made another startling discovery.
As you watch the CCTV, you suddenly become aware of somebody else on the back of the lorry. And as they're filling up, you can see Lynn Dixon and her child come into view, but they're kept on the lorry while they load it.
Once they'd loaded the money, Lynn Dixon was forcibly lifted into one of the cages, along with her child.
Despite the trauma, the young child managed a remarkable act of bravery.
One of the cages containing Mrs. Dixon and her child is damaged. They managed to get her child out of the cage, and the child then assists another member of staff who has hidden keys on her to open the cages and free everybody.
Detective Chief Inspector Mick Judge and Detective Sergeant Andy Nichol soon discovered the extremes this gang was capable of. They were looking for ruthless kidnappers who wouldn't think twice about using violence. They began searching for clues at the depot and hunting for their first lead. They didn't have to wait long before a tip-off sparked their first line of inquiry.
What actually did come in very, very quickly was some information that a lady called Michelle Hogg had been involved in helping disguise some people.
the police believed the gang had used sophisticated makeup to disguise themselves during both kidnappings.
We knew that 3 men in total, posing as police officers, had been involved. And we knew that they hadn't attempted to cover their faces. But we also guessed that there must have been some way that they'd altered their appearance. We didn't know what prosthetics were, what they did, and how they were used. But in effect, it's a way of altering your appearance. It is not a complete mask, but it's a way you can alter skin colour, hair, nose, facial features, ethnicity.
We went to Michelle Hogg's house and we arrested her and took her into custody and commenced a search of her flat. Whilst doing that, we recovered various bits and pieces. We sealed her wheelie bin and took it with us. At the bottom of that was a black bin liner, and inside was a veritable Aladdin's cave to a detective. It had latex in it, it had hair in it, it had dyes in it, it had all sorts of theatrical makeup, which tend to suggest that we were on the right track.
As the contents of Michelle Hogg's bin were forensically examined, another breakthrough confirmed to Andy Nicol that they were closing in on the gang.
We have a report of an abandoned parcel force van at a pub very close to the A249, very close to where Colin Dixon was kidnapped. Within that, we found cardboard boxes, plastic wrappers, and paper towels.
As these items were sent to forensics, more information came in.
But at the same time, we also recovered 2 burnt-out vehicles.
These 2 vehicles are together. One of them's a Volvo, one of them's a Vectra. In the boot of the Volvo, which isn't burnt, we recover Colin Dixon's briefcase.
Within 72 hours of the robbery, Judge and Nicol already had a huge amount of evidence to go on. But more was yet to come.
We found the red LDV van and the Vauxhall Vectra had both been purchased using a false name, but had been registered to an address that had links to Stuart Royal. So we have a pointer towards our first suspect.
Royal was a second-hand car dealer from Maidstone. Previously unknown to Kent police, he was now closely linked to the biggest cash robbery in Britain. As officers were drawing in, they got another breakthrough.
On Friday, a white Ford Transit van was found in the car park of the Ashford International Hotel. That vehicle was found to contain around £1.3 million, a Scorpion machine pistol, and a balaclava. We could be sure that the money found had come from the depot. There were markings on the wrappers which clearly showed that it had come from there. We made inquiries in relation to the ownership of that van, and that led us to Lee Rusher.
Rusher was from the Tonbridge area and already known to the police. Officers discovered he knew Stuart Royal and a third suspect they were interested in. Albanian Jetmir Butchpapa. He'd worked with Rusher in the past and was also familiar to the police. He had no history of armed robbery. As detectives closed in on the gang, more vital evidence came through.
We have a report from a member of the public that there's some cages have been dumped at a place called Frinningham Farm and very close to the scene of the kidnapping of Colin Dixon. These are the cages that contained the money. They had property of the Bank of England actually on the cages, so it's a bit of a giveaway. Where they're actually dumped at Frinningham Farm is an area that is used to store vehicles. The person storing these vehicles and had links to Stuart Royal.
Further clues were unearthed at the farm.
During the search, we found £30,000 in the boot of a car, and that money from the labels on it had clearly come from the depot. A forensic search of that vehicle discovered a Red Bull can.
The drinks can was sent for DNA tests. Back at HQ, just 3 days into their inquiry, Kent police were getting very close to the culprits.
By the Friday, we really were looking at 4 key suspects. We had the names Lee Rusher, Jetmir Butch Papa. We were linked to Stuart Royal, and we also had the name Lee Murray.
Murray was a world-class kickboxer from southeast London. He wasn't known to Kent police. With the evidence mounting only days into the inquiry, detectives decided to visit some of their suspects.
The following morning, armed officers executed warrants at Lee Rusher's house and Jetmir Butch Papa's houses. Neither of the men were there. It became clearly apparent there was significant evidence within Lee Rusher's home address. We found in their receipts for prosthetic makeup. We found police stickers, which is something you would stick on the side of a car to make it look like a police car. We also found a piece of paper with a reference on it, and it was the grid of the Ordnance Survey which covered the Securitas depot. In his main bedroom, we found a sketch plan of the inside of the Securitas depot.
They're in this room here. Be quiet.
Damning evidence.
The suspects were nowhere to be seen, but they'd left behind a trail of evidence. Although they weren't at home to be questioned, it wasn't long before the police tracked them down.
On Sunday the 26th, it was decided to arrest Stuart Royal.
Stuart Royal. On the floor!
He was located and taken out by armed officers and taken into custody. On the Monday, we managed to locate Lee Rusher and Jetmir Butch Papa in South London when they were arrested and brought back to Kent on suspicion of the robbery and the kidnapping.
As the three men were grilled, forensic results came back on the contents of Michelle Hogg's bin.
The latex was separated and it was examined, and so was some of the false hair that was in there and the other makeup parts. These are vital pieces of evidence. As we start to examine these, we get DNA hits. Those DNA hits belong to Lee Rusher.
Tests on the drinks can found at the farm also pointed to Rusher.
From that Red Bull can, we've got a DNA profile of Lee Rusher.
Forensic results were helping piece together this complex investigation.
Examination of the two vehicles found burning reveal that the Vectra has blue lights fitted and a siren fitted. This is our bogus police car. We know this. It also reveals that it's got some bullets in it, which are of a certain type of ammunition were used in Scorpion machine pistols.
After examining the contents retrieved from the red van, detectives uncovered more damning evidence.
The boxes turned out to be the boxes that held holdalls. These holdalls were subsequently discovered to contain all the money that we discovered later on. The plastic that was found in the back turned out to be the plastic that was the shrink wrapping from the holdalls when they were inside the boxes. The paper towel, on that we found the shoe print of the Dixon's child.
The suspect linked to the van, Stuart Royal, was already in custody with some serious questions to answer. Masses of evidence was being uncovered, but so far, more than £50 million was still missing. This changed when another tip-off led them to a location over 30 miles away.
We execute a warrant in Welling, South London, at a premises called ENR Cars. And in the corner of the compound is a container, like a lorry container. And having opened the doors, in there we discover £9,655,000, all in bags, Eagle and Monarch holdalls. Significance of those is they come shrink-wrapped in plastic bags and boxes that were found in the back of the red LDV Parcel Force van. All the money is still in Securitas wrappers, so it's easy to identify. Next to the doors of this is a boat called the Shaky Jakey, and there's also a white van. These are linked to a man called Roger Coots.
Coots was an old friend of Lee Murray and ran a garage in Welling. His vehicles were just inches from the loot stashed in the lockup. But it was another crucial piece of evidence that was about to plant him firmly at the scene of the crime. Kent police were in the midst of solving Britain's largest ever cash robbery.
This is organised crime at its top level. This is planned and executed with military precision.
Over £53 million had been stolen from a high-security cash depot. Within 5 days, officers had received intelligence leading them to vital evidence and key suspects.
How much is in there?
They'd arrested several men and discovered a wealth of incriminating clues. Now, one of their most wanted, Roger Coots, was linked to some of the most indisputable evidence so far.
It was his DNA we recovered from the cable ties used to bind all of the victims within the depot. A damning piece of evidence which he could never explain.
Coots was also an old friend of another suspect the police were keen to speak to, Paul Allen.
Paul Allen came from the South London area, although at the time was living in Chatham, Kent. He was involved in the cage fighting scene. He worked out with Lee Murray and really can be described as best of friends.
The police were still trying to locate Murray to help them with their inquiries. Coots and Allen were now prime suspects. Whilst the hunt continued, forensics uncovered more damning evidence.
When the cages were found at Frinningham Farm, CSIs located a piece of polythene. Forensic examination of that revealed that that polythene had Paul Allen's fingerprints on it. Further forensic examination told us that it was from the same batch of plastic that had been used to wrap the Eagle and the Monarch holdalls, which had contained the money when it was recovered. The next thing we find is we find his DNA on a cigarette butt at Michelle Hogg's house, another link in the conspiratorial chain.
Within days of the heist, Kent police had recovered over £10 million and had 4 suspects in custody, with another 3 in their sights. The gang had made a catalogue of errors, and yet another of their blunders led detectives to more of the missing millions.
When reported to the police that he'd been to a lock-up garage that he owned and rented out and had discovered bags in there, when we went to look at it, it was another £8.5 million of the haul. Less than 3 miles from the depot had been stolen. Basically, it had been rented by a relative of Lee Rusher, and the rent hadn't been paid. The landlord went and opened it and found same holders that had been found in the LDV van, and they contained money still in Securitas wrappers.
Over £20 million of stolen money had been recovered, but a further £30 million was still missing. As the investigation continued, detectives were also trying to work out how the gang had so much information on the depot.
It was very clear from the start of this inquiry that the robbers had information about the workings of the depot. And so we thought there must be somebody working on the inside.
Kent police worked tirelessly to find any weak points in the depot's workforce. They could only come up with one name: Emir Hussenai. Hussenai was a close associate of one of the suspects, Jetmir Butchpapa. He'd only been employed at the security firm for a few months.
On one particular occasion, the 16th of January, he turned up at the depot 20 minutes early. He came in, and instead of going straight to the locker room, he went upstairs to the restrooms. He comes out, he walks down the corridor, and does what has been described as a pirouette. And he actually turns 360 degrees all the way around. A bizarre thing to do. By now, he's got his coat off, and you can see quite clearly he's got his shirt tucked really firmly inside his trousers, and there's a belt on his jeans. His actions are very robotic. He walks past the vault. He goes to the loading bay doors, and stands right in front of them. He goes to the airlocks where the money normally comes into the depot and stands right in front of them. And on 1 or 2 occasions, he actually looks down at his belt, and it's blatantly apparent that he's filming. He was remanded in custody, and we looked at him further with regards to telephones, and we found significant contact between him and Butchpapa using phones.
The phone records and security footage helped nail Hussenai. The gang had preyed on his weakness to acquire inside information. Now their plot had been blown apart as officers unraveled their movements in the run-up to the heist.
The gang meet Hussein must hand over what he's got from the footage. Hussein returns to the depot at 8 o'clock, as he normally would, having had his hour's lunch. His shirt is completely untucked and covering his jeans and the belt. Can't see anything. Much more relaxed, no more chin touching, no more looking at his belt. Carries on, goes about his daily business. The other conspirators then move from Tonbridge Wells towards Maidstone. All of this gang, on the 16th of January, around 8 o'clock in the evening to 10 o'clock, start to converge the home of Stuart Royal. For these 2 hours following their arrival, the phones do not contact anybody. Not just each other, they don't contact anybody. What are they doing? We don't actually know what they were doing, but we can surely guess they were looking at the footage of the depot.
As well as secretly filming inside the depot, evidence seized at the house of Lee Rusher showed the gang had filmed at another location.
An MP4 player we found in Lee Rusher's house had footage on it. It was clearly a reconnaissance of the Dixons' home address. A female walks up and knocks on the Dixons' door, trying to get Mrs. Dixon to come to the door, but she doesn't.
She didn't answer. 3 times I knocked on the window as well. Do not do too much because we want to be suspicious. Sorry.
The persons doing that reconnaissance were sat in a VW motor car. The VW motor car had a distinct split in the windscreen, and it had a satellite navigation system on it. And it also had, in the picture you could see, a notepad. Following the arrest of Jetmir Butch Papa, we seized his vehicle, which was a VW Golf, and that had a distinctive split in the windscreen. It had the satellite navigation system, and in that was a pad with the writing on, which could be seen clearly on the video. By examining the film, we could clearly hear the radio in the background. I recognised the voice and the channel as Invicta Radio, which is a local Kent radio station. And we went to Invicta Radio and said, do you know when you broadcast this? And they said, we only ever broadcast that once, and that was at 5 o'clock on the 31st of January 2006. Bingo. We had the exact time of the reconnaissance.
And evidence that emerged from Stuart Royal's house put him well and truly in the frame.
Computer seized from Royal's home, there was a link to a company that was a people finder. And what we could see from the history of that computer is that Stuart Royal had tried to find Colin Dixon.
Mobile phone evidence gave the police a clear picture of the gang's movements in the lead-up to the heist.
The gang travelled to Chesterfield. They have a habit of calling at all hours of the day and night, and you can just see this phone pinging up the M1. They get to a shop that specialised in surveillance gear. They purchased a pinhole camera and an MP4 player. That MP4 player turned out to be the one we found at Lee Rusher's house. They asked the proprietor to fix the camera into a belt, and the belt was then fixed into some jeans. As far as the proprietor could remember, they were size 34. The significance of that is Ermir Hussein was a 34-inch waist.
The gang didn't realise how easily they could be tracked through their mobiles. They had made one of their biggest mistakes during the robbery itself.
Foolishly, 2 phones they kept active at the time of the robbery. One of those is Stuart Royal's and one of those is Jetmir Butch Papa's. And we could evidence that, which leads us to believe that they were the 2 men in the lorry that left the depot full of money.
In January 2008, almost 2 years after the robbery, some of the gang was sentenced.
Following a 7-month trial at the Old Bailey, Stuart Royal, Lee Rusher, Jetmir Butch Papa and Ermir Hussein and Roger Coots were all found guilty for their parts in a conspiracy to kidnap the Dixons, conspiracy to rob the Securitas depot, and conspiracy to possess firearms whilst committing those offences.
You kidnapped and held a family at gunpoint under the threat of lethal violence in order to get access to that depot.
In sentencing, the judge gave Rusher, Butch Papa, Royal and Coots public protection orders, which are basically indeterminate sentences. They will go to prison because they are a danger to the public, and the tariff set on that was a minimum of 15 years. Emir Husseini was found to be the inside man, not one of the robbers, so therefore that no public protection sentence was given against him, but he was given a substantive sentence of 20 years imprisonment.
Officers, take them down.
Following the service of that sentence, he will be deported to Albania.
In a dramatic move during the trial, the force's first suspect, Michelle Hogg, turned from a defendant into a witness.
She offered to put names to the kidnappers, names to the robbers. She would name who had been made up by her. And I think it was probably unprecedented in British criminal history, but she walked from the dock across to the witness box and named those people at risk to herself.
It was a great success for Kent police, who'd captured most of the culprits and recovered nearly £23 million.
In a robbery of this magnitude, the amount of time that's gone on and a hard investigation, I don't realistically believe that this money is sitting there waiting to be discovered. I believe it's gone back into the system. I believe that it may be used for other criminality. But we are determined that we will pursue this.
Paul Allen and Lee Murray had fled to Morocco days after the robbery. Murray successfully claimed dual citizenship and couldn't be extradited back to the UK. He was later jailed in Morocco for 25 years for his part in the robbery. Paul Allen was also brought to justice. Officers managed to seize some of his assets and extradite him back to Britain to stand trial.
Paul Allen came back to this country on the 31st of January 2008, and he went to trial at the Old Bailey.
The jury was unable to reach a verdict in Allen's first trial. Before his retrial, he suddenly changed his plea.
Paul Allen pleaded guilty to the offences of conspiracy to rob, kidnap and possess firearms. He denied that he was actually a robber on the night.
It wasn't me.
But he did admit that he travelled to Morocco and that the premises that he'd purchased out there and the vehicles had been purchased with the proceeds of the robbery.
As the first and the only person so far to say, yes, the case the police have put forward is correct.
Allen was jailed for 18 years. Although over half the money has never been found, Britain's biggest ever cash robbery has largely been solved. It took just 7 men to steal over £53 million in cash.
All they want is the quick, easy money. They're not interested in anything else. I've never felt secure in work since. After the robbery, I had real vivid nightmares. It's something that would live with everybody for the rest of their lives, you know. To be confronted at work where you're supposed to feel safe by thugs with guns.
The twist in the tale was that this ambitious heist was attempted by people who'd never committed armed robbery before.
The people involved in this had no convictions for robbery, a history of robbery before, which makes it even more difficult. In other scenarios, you hear of robberies happening, and let's go and look for those who have a propensity to commit robbery. Well, this was the crime of all time. They knew it was very high stakes, but they went for it.
Perhaps it was their inexperience that led them to be caught so quickly. It was the dawn of the Millennium, and the UK experienced one of the most audacious jewel raids ever attempted.
I mean, this was just too incredible to be true.
A highly organized and dangerous gang planned to steal the most precious diamond on Earth by smashing into one of the country's biggest attractions and escaping on a speedboat.
And we thought, it's the dome. My God, they're going to strike at the Millennium Dome.
I mean, we're talking of something here, probably 300 million worth of beautiful diamonds. So clearly the people who were going to have a go at doing this, if they were, was going to make them pretty famous and obviously make them pretty rich as well.
You know, you just couldn't make this up. I mean, James Bond couldn't have done more. You almost wonder if that's where they got the idea from.
This wasn't the plot from a movie. This is the incredible story of the Millennium Dome diamond heist. The Dome in Greenwich was built as the star attraction for the Millennium celebrations. When it opened in January 2000, its organizers hoped it would draw in hordes of visitors, but the crowds didn't come. Instead, the struggling attraction became a political football. Just 11 months on, in November that year, the troubled site was the scene of one of the biggest ever heists on British soil. A highly experienced gang drove a digger straight into the attraction, attempting to steal the Millennium Star, a diamond worth a colossal £300 million. The plot had begun many months before.
In that particular year, there'd been two major robberies. Both of those robberies were linked, and it was quite clear that there was a major organised criminal gang out there who were looking for a very expensive payday. One had been down at Nine Elms, where the escape had been on the Thames in a high-powered boat. The second was down at Aylesford, where once again the escape had been down the Medway in a high-powered boat. The common feature of both of those robberies was a spike had been used to penetrate a security vehicle.
The flying squad had tackled many armed robberies, but these attacks were in a different league altogether.
On the morning that Nine Elms took place, they were lying in wait, and the idea being if they stop the security vehicle in the road by blocking it with another car, this particular ramming vehicle, the lorry, would just reverse at high speed into the rear doors with this big pointed article, force the doors open, which would give them access to the money.
A member of the public passing by, for whatever reason, decided to intervene and reached into the vehicle, removed the keys from the ignition and threw them away, as a result of which the robbery was thwarted.
The robbers jump into the cab of the lorry, go to start the engine, of course no keys. So they're tapping around the pockets and everywhere else.
Even attempts to release the tailgate with industrial cutters didn't do the trick.
And then a decision was made by one of them to suddenly say, right, we've got so long to do this. If it goes wrong, that's it, we can't do any more. That's a sign of their professionalism.
To destroy forensic evidence, that they'd actually put petrol into the seats of the vehicles, and they'd wired up fireworks or incendiaries with it to actually detonate the vehicles that are being used. Consequently, everything went up in smoke.
The scale and the execution of the plan was immaculate, something I hadn't encountered in such a way before. And I remember thinking, they'll be back.
A second attempted robbery 5 months later in Kent was almost a carbon copy of Nine Elms.
They were using vehicles to block the roads. They had an identical type ramming point that welded into the bottom of this vehicle.
On the first spike, they'd written the word Gertie, as in a female name for Gertrude, and on the second spike it was written in Gertie 2. So you didn't have to be too much of a detective to figure out at that point.
Interestingly, in the cab of that vehicle, They not only had the keys in the ignition, but they had spare keys taped inside. So they'd learnt their lesson. They weren't going to be caught out again.
And the ruthless thieves stopped at nothing to intimidate the security officers.
They'd actually taken cans of what's turned out to be Fray Bentos tinned meat, sprayed them, attached magnets to them, and put aerials on them to make them look like they were limpet mines or something that were attaching to the vehicles. And it was all about creating massive fear in the crews of these security vehicles.
The robbers actually let off shots towards a police Range Rover, then made their escape, getting on another boat and going up the river.
2 very organised and dangerous attempted raids. Shatford and Swinfield knew they had their work cut out. The pressure was on to stop the gang before their next hit, but this wasn't going to be easy.
We were absolutely certain we were dealing with this highly professional gang at 9 Elms, but they were unable to crash in the back of the vehicle. This was now the second failure they'd had within some months, so there had to be a third.
But how do you stop a gang of robbers who you know nothing about? Shatford was in a race against time for leads.
We had an amazing break, which was a piece of everyday but nonetheless brilliant police work.
There'd been an operation running down in Kent by a police officer looking at stolen plant equipment. And by that I mean generators, roadside equipment. And he had been centering around a family down there called the Wenhams, where he recognised this flatbed lorry as something he'd seen there previously.
We ran the vehicle numbers through that database that were at the scene in Aylesford, and one of the vehicles came up as being the one that was at that farm.
So for the first time, we get coming into the inquiry the family Wenham, and as a result of that and the link to the Aylesford robbery, we started our surveillance around that farm.
The hunt was on.
Now that was an incredible breakthrough for us because we thought, well, we've got a starting point. And we then worked very closely with Kent, and I deployed for a long time down there flying squad officers and highly trained surveillance officers from a specialised unit at Scotland Yard, and they were living in ditches, in trenches for days and days on end. We did start to get a picture of people arriving that we believed to be the gang. This is where they felt secure. They weren't aware it could be traced back to them. It was somewhere to plan and work from, and we were on to them, so we had a chance.
The surveillance paid off. Officers quickly ran checks on the men they were tracking. Lee Wenham worked in his family business selling scrap metal and owned a number of farms in the area. And Terry Millman, a name familiar to the police.
Terence Millman served, I think, at least 16 years imprisonment for armed robbery. So he was an experienced robber. We were now getting into the gang.
Also, we were fairly confident about the Wenhams' involvement, but we always felt that the Wenhams were custodians of looking after the property that would be used on behalf of the major players of the gang.
And it didn't take long for this theory to be confirmed.
One day, we saw a new person turn up at the farm, and he turned up in a vehicle with blacked out windows, and he looked your epitome of the South London gangster. Myself and the officers looked at that individual, and straight away we registered that this was somebody new who we needed to know more about.
That man was Ray Betson, a prominent underworld figure with links to organised crime and a reputation for violence. All the men identified so far had records, but officers needed more. Shatford and Swinfield had to know the gang's next target, and fast. Soon, another piece of the jigsaw would lead them closer to their answer.
It was after looking at hours and hours of video footage where nothing happened other than the normal activity on a farm. One day we see a powerboat taken in on a low loader. And from that moment on, the strategy was to move when the powerboat moved, and that we wouldn't waste time or risk compromising the operation by trying to follow people unnecessarily.
In both the failed armed robberies, a speedboat had been used as a getaway. Police were quick to spot the similarity, but they needed to pinpoint the gang's next target. An urgent meeting was called.
We had a meeting at Maidstone police station, all the people, and it was just sort of, you know, let's just make sure we're not missing anything here. Where is it that they could be going to rob?
And then the realization hit the officers.
We'd identified a number of possible targets where a waterborne escape could feature. We then received some information about Lee Wenham, that he was planning to go on a family trip somewhere. I think it was £70 or something for a family ticket for this attraction. Sean Allen, who was one of my detective constables at the time, identified that an attraction that was charging that amount for a family ticket at the time was the Millennium Dome.
One of the detective inspectors who used to be at Greenwich before going to the surveillance team just throw into the conversation, unless of course they're after the Millennium Diamond. Yeah. Sorry, Millennium what?
We started trawling through, I think it was 100 cameras at the Millennium Dome, and we identified Lee Wenham arriving, and we were able to track him through the CCTV camera historically to the point where he got to the Diamond Vault. Once in the Diamond Vault, he paid more than casual attention like a tourist would to the diamonds, and he was actually in there effectively scouting the alarm system, having a look at the cabinets, and he was doing all this whilst in the company of family members to give him an innocent role there.
Wenham had his eye on the Millennium Star, one of the most expensive diamonds in the world, exhibited at the Dome with other precious stones. This diamond was so rare because it had no flaws, no imperfections whatsoever. Could the gang really be considering this as the target for their next payday?
You know, it's too impossible. This is too impossible to be true. It was one of those moments where suddenly it's like everything freezes. And, you know, within inside me, I had this little boy jumping up and down, going, this is it, this is it. You've got it, you've got it.
The Millennium Dome in London had just become the target of one of the most elaborate criminal plots of all time. Scotland Yard believed an elite gang had their sights set on the ultimate prize, the world's most precious diamond.
I mean, this was just too incredible to be true. And you look around and you think, well, hang on a minute, could it be? And the more we piece this together, the more it became a reality.
The Millennium Star Diamond is unbelievably precious. It took specialists 3 years to craft its unique shape. And together with the equally valuable blue jewels, they held a price tag of at least £300 million. A phenomenal prize that the police were now tasked with saving. But Shatford had to break the news to the owners, De Beers.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Tim, very good of you to see us.
Inspector John Shatford told me about the possibility that someone might be trying to steal those diamonds. And he said, well, it's very possible the information could be coming from someone within the De Beers organisation, which meant that I now was in a rather difficult position because I really couldn't tell anybody there's likely to be a raid because obviously the police wanted to keep it an absolute secret.
The news of an imminent attack came as a shock to Thorne, not least because of the sophisticated security surrounding their diamonds.
The security we have there is second to none.
These diamonds were housed in a concrete vault. It was certainly in excess of 10 feet thick, mixed with metal grill rods with stone to make it just about impenetrable to bore through, certainly ram-proof. In addition to that, we needed to enter into it and exit from it when the people came in to view the diamonds, so we then produced 2 very strong vault doors, and those were certainly in excess of a foot thick of sheer steel metal. And there we had to make sure we had specially designed cabinets to withstand, again, a physical attack trying to penetrate into where the diamonds were. In my view, and I think in everybody else's view, we had more or less an impenetrable display unit.
De Beers spent nearly £1 million building this fortress and were confident in the cabinet's toughened glass. But Chatford still had questions.
We thought that diamonds must be collected every day and night and taken back to De Beers. And he said, oh, no, no, no. It actually stays in the dome overnight. And then he said, oh, but hang on a minute. And he looked in his book and he thought, it has actually got to come out.
When we have these diamond displays, quite often the idea with De Beers was to show it to nations around the world. And one of the areas we wanted to display it was in Japan. So we were going to then move the diamonds from the Millennium Dome and take them to Heathrow and then fly them out under escort all the way to Japan for display in Tokyo.
I thought, that's got to be it. It's coming out. It is the only opportunity that they would have to steal that diamond in transit.
With the diamonds being moved, the flying squad had a tricky job on their hands. Heists on this scale don't come into the office every day, and the sum involved put this in a different league to the previous attempted raids. Convincing his bosses of the imminent danger would require all of Chatford's persuasive powers.
I had to convince my own superiors that was the way ahead as well, and that was not altogether easy. They wanted a really, really careful breakdown on everything that was going to happen, and for a while it looked like they were going to say, we can't do this.
We're going to get them. OK, John, I'll talk to the Assistant Commissioner.
If we're saying this is too dangerous for us to deal with, we are the police. There just isn't anyone else.
Preparations were made to shift the diamonds. Scotland Yard were convinced the gang would pounce whilst they were in transit. And so, hundreds of officers were deployed along the route, whilst Tim Thorne, Swinfield and Chatford held their breath.
I was absolutely convinced this must be it. It's the only possibility that they can steal it. So we prepared for it on that basis. 2 security vans were going to arrive at the dome in the very early hours.
We put 2 boxes, one with a real value of diamonds, one without. So had they been attacked, then they would need to have broken probably both vehicles to ensure they had stolen the right goods.
We got everyone together and we were prepared for a mini war. I had helicopters on standby, specially trained SO-19 firearms officers. We'd taken over tower blocks, we'd taken over the roof of Canary Wharf. When the security vans arrived, and we thought, this is it, this is it. The vans came in and we're thinking, well, there's no sign yet of them. Where's it going to happen? I think a white van drove close by. Everyone became suspicious. The diamond was picked up and it drove off. Nothing's happened. A good place to block would be the Blackwall Tunnel that it was going to drive through. And we could also lose radio signals amongst that. So we were following it close and we were ready for everything to happen. And we followed that stage by stage all the way back to De Beers headquarters in central London. And nothing happened. That was the low point. My head sunk into my hands. And I thought, God, perhaps it's not the diamonds after all. I've spent a fortune on resources, the logistics to it all. Nothing's happened.
So what now? Scotland Yard had ploughed everything into this huge operation with no results. If the diamonds weren't going to be stolen in transit, where would they be?
I went back to my office at Scotland Yard, and I sat there and I'm trying to then just piece it together. Quite out of the blue, I got a call from Sean Allen. And he had actually seen an armed robber that he knew called Raymond Betson with another person, and they were actually tracking them around the dome, and they were clearly looking at the place where the Millennium diamond was being stored, the display. Surely to goodness they're not going to do this when the dome's open.
The flying squad was facing one of the biggest heists Scotland Yard has ever seen. They believed a highly organized gang were planning to steal the most precious diamond on Earth, the Millennium Star. Yet expectations of the jewel being nabbed in transit had led to an unexpected dead end. Just when officers started to doubt their hunch, a breakthrough put the whole operation onto a new level.
Sean Allen breathed new life back into the job that you thought, well, has it finished now? And you thought, we're still in play here. We were watching these meetings taking place. And what we deduced from that was that they were probably going to commit this robbery while the dome was open, which brought a whole new aspect of danger. We had probably the most expensive diamond in the world, and with the blue diamonds around it, they were absolutely priceless. So the scale of that was phenomenal alone, the value of it. But add to that the location, the Millennium Dome, on the news every night. It's a government hot potato. My fear throughout was that it will be decided this was too big to handle.
Whilst officers were trying to prepare for the heist, they uncovered other major players in the pack. William Cockram, a well-connected underworld criminal who had known Ray Betson for 20 years. And Aldo Chiarocci, a 31-year-old small-time crook with only one previous conviction for shoplifting. Both men have been spotted on CCTV cameras casing the dome with Betson.
Now, for the first time, we had an opportunity to catch these people in the act, to lock them away for a number of years, to make it safe for everyone else. And in that respect, all we had to do now was play the waiting game and make sure that we didn't spook them.
The gang were going to attack the dome, but its bosses were oblivious to the imminent threat.
When I heard about the whole thing, I was like, oh my God, what else? What else is going to happen in this place? We had everything, So now a potential heist, and I'm like, how the hell are they going to open the vault?
How is he getting in? Is he walking in through the front door?
So the concept was absolutely incredible. There's people everywhere, there's security risks, so I was quite stunned.
The initial reaction of David James and PY were, well, arrest them now. Well, we had to explain we need evidence to do that. There is no evidence whatsoever at the moment that we could put before a court that would justify locking them away.
Shatford's plan to foil the robbery didn't follow the Yard's usual protocols. But this was no ordinary raid. He needed to catch them red-handed in the vault itself.
Part of the reason for letting these robbers go so far was to get the evidence. If we tried to apprehend them outside, they could have scattered, we could have been into a shooting match. But by actually letting them go ahead and controlling that, once they got into the jewel house, we could control them in that room.
And I said, well, you're going to catch them as soon as they enter the perimeter, you're going to jump on them and this is over. He says, no, we have to let them go through the vault to get through the action. It was very important for the police to get them, with their hand in the sack, really. Otherwise, you get 2 years and they're going to attack somewhere else. So the kind of catching during the action was important. I had a serious problem. You're going to tell me they have to risk their lives and the general public, and by the way, I cannot even warn them because I'm sworn to secrecy. You know, put yourself in my shoes, how the hell am I going to sleep at night?
We left having very clearly, very strongly put our views across, and I must say this was on both sides as well. We shook hands, we left, and we left it that David and PY would get back to us. And I know that they were going to refer back to government who had responsibility for this. And my immediate thought was, well, you know, I think this is just not going to happen.
However, this was one element of the operation Shatford was happy to be wrong about.
To my utter astonishment, the politicians actually said their advice was, well, look, if the police say this, leave it to the police. Let the police deal with it.
Even though all parties were now working together, they still had very little to go on other than suspicious activity. One element of the gang's movements was particularly puzzling to officers.
We had seen a number of plant-style equipment being taken on and off the farm as part of their daily routine. And seeing a JCB on a farm doesn't attract a lot of attention. When it became obvious that the JCB was being adapted from a JCB to resemble a tank, that it then became significant.
We were trying to work out forever what the JCB was for. Possibly, I thought, they might be pretending to be workmen digging up the road outside. Maybe they even had knowledge of where the electrical cables were and could do something there and cause confusion.
As the guessing game continued, the flying squad was still in the dark about when exactly the gang would strike.
We knew that the boat would be key to this. And all we need to know that the boat had been moved, then I would put people to the dome.
But this tactic proved to be a costly move.
We did have some false alarms where we did deploy when the boat was moved, but for one reason or another, it never came to it. I mean, we even hired our own vehicles, and we would smuggle firearms officers in the early hours, 2, 3 in the morning, in the back of lorries.
We always had it in the back of our mind because there had been false dawns and aborted attempts that we never considered that the job was going to be there until it actually was.
And more issues were just around the corner. On top of the false starts, the team found themselves with a massive security threat when the IRA launched a missile at the headquarters of MI6 just up the river.
Clearly, the IRA were looking to hit public buildings. If they're going to hit any, probably the Millennium Dome was going to be the target.
The heightened threat meant more of a visible police presence around the dome, something Shatford didn't want the thieves to be alerted to. But the villains were too busy dealing with their own issues.
On one occasion, they put the wrong fuel in the boat, and the boat slotted to a hole.
Surveillance on the thieves turned from weeks into months. The flying squad were constantly on a knife edge.
On another occasion, when they were travelling up there to do the job, there'd been a road traffic accident.
Thousands of pounds and resources were being pumped into this operation, but the gang just didn't appear to be ready. Then one astute officer realised a key element that could save the police a lot of time.
And it was one of the firearms officers actually who came up with it. He said, well, hang on a minute, the tides for the Thames go in 2 weekly cycles. And we noticed that each time we deployed was on a high tide. So we realised that to be able to get that boat properly in position, the robbers were relying on a high tide. So this gave us another critical window.
And the reason that you had about 30 minutes on the turn of the tide to actually get across. If you missed that 30 minutes, then you were just struggling in the mud.
For once, luck was on the side of the officers. The gang, however, had one problem after another.
They developed a fault in the boat, and they had to get a replacement boat for it. And we did surveillance on Terry Millman, who went and purchased a new boat, and quite kindly for us, he paid for it in the name of Terry Diamond.
And whilst Millman was busy shopping, he bought something else that baffled officers.
We also knew that shortly after he had acquired a Hilti gun, a nail gun.
As the gang were fixing hitches and tooling up, a newspaper got wind of the operation. This was the last thing Shatford needed.
The editor of the People said that this is going to happen any day now. And I thought this will be their news and it will stop it happening. But very magnanimously and correctly, of course, the editor said it was a police operation, so they didn't run the story. That gave us another chance.
But the reprieve was short-lived. The media may have backed off the operation, but rumours of the dome closing were rife.
In the news, they keep saying the dome is going to close earlier. The dome is going to close earlier because of one reason or another, and that was going to happen any day. And you think, no, don't close it yet. They haven't tried to rob it yet, for goodness sake.
And as tension reached fever pitch, the gang made last-minute changes. New recruits were drafted in at the 11th hour. Robert Adams, known smuggler and career criminal. And a new boatman was also urgently needed after the original pulled out. Enter Kevin Meredith.
At the last moment, the original boatman dropped out. Betson needed somebody to replace him, and because of old allegiances, he went down to Meredith and asked him if he would help him out and do him a favour and drive the boat on this particular occasion. And for that, he would receive a part payment, as it were. Meredith wasn't a career criminal. He was running his own self-employed business as a boat person down in Brighton.
Nine months after this incredible story began, officers received the news they'd been waiting for. The gang were finally going to put their epic plan into action.
We deployed and started drafting people in the lorries, well rehearsed again, and I'd given a briefing with John Swinfield. We had Sean in the control room, and we're there with a few of us in this room. And literally the night is ticking away. We can't use radios because we believe they've got devices that could track the frequency.
When it went live from the police perspective, probably involved around 300 officers. Our staff who were going in were dressed as workers, cleaners. We had other people who were dressed as tourist guides, concierge reception staff. We had firearms officers with brooms and bin liners with MP5 submachine guns in, because it was the only way we could get them close to where the activity was going to be planned.
And as the police prepared for the showdown, so too did the gang.
We had checkpoints en route where people were phoning in information so as not to use our radios. We have news that the JCB, which we knew was being stored at premises not too far away in Plumstead, at a coal yard, was on the move, and it was following a van. We thought, oh, is this really it?
Within De Beers itself, we had an operational room in which we had monitor screens, telephones, and we had brought in 2 men to keep a monitor on those as well, and obviously a direct line to John Shatford, who was going to let me know when the vehicle started up. And sure enough, he said that the JCB was on the move, and we were then able to stand by there waiting for them to arrive outside the vault, because our cameras were inside and recording exactly what went on in there. Police needed to know that they had arrived at the vault, so I would say the code word.
As all 300 officers took their positions, Shatford and Swinfield prayed their intelligence was correct. If the gang detected anything, they would abort and blow the whole operation. But they were on the move and making their way to the target, straight into the trap.
We watched the JCB take up a position further than any point it had ever gone before.
Of course, the dome was opening and there were people now around, public around, that we had to subtly keep out of the way.
Whilst that was happening, I was hearing reports from my other surveillance units that the boat was moving, and the boat was actually approaching the jetty, which would have been the takeout point. And then the boat comes onto one side of the jetty.
And it seemed to get outside the perimeter. We thought, well, what are they going to do? They won't crash through it. I mean, that would be too obvious. And it's rocking back and forward. And thought, what's happening here? And then all of a sudden it just took off and just crashed through the perimeter, and it is heading for the dome.
The police were bracing themselves for one of the biggest heists ever to hit the UK. For months, they had been secretly following a gang of London crooks planning to steal the most perfect diamond in the world, the Millennium Star. False starts and mishaps had so far dogged the gang and the police, but now there was no going back. Officers had just watched as the gang brazenly smashed through the dome's perimeter.
Mark, what's on 3?
This is it. Everyone's now getting ready.
And then the boat comes onto one side of the jetty and the JCB starts its run. At that moment in time, it was all systems go.
Then I'm told there's a party load of school children just arrived, and they're all in the very place that we predict these robbers will probably go through. So we are then faced whether to pull the plug, and we got very close to that. But what we managed to do was magic these kids away very quickly with the security at the dome into a nearby restaurant. It goes straight across a roundabout the wrong way, and it is just heading for these large perspex doors within the dome. We now go loud on the radio because we think it's too late for them to realise. We're saying, right, stand by. Just get people out the way just so we can make sure that the public are covered by police officers. And it crashes through suddenly these big perspex doors in the dome, moves right around outside the jewel house.
Off jumped the two men who were going to assault the cabinets. They had respirators on, they were carrying sledgehammers. One had a sort of water pistol that had been sprayed to look like a machine gun, and they went roaring into the actual vault where they started to attack the cabinets.
First of all came up against the Millennium Star, and then they got this Helty gun out and fired quite a few rounds into the side of the glass. The other man then went into the display cabinet showing the blue diamonds.
And the reinforced, tamper-proof glass protecting the diamonds proved to be no more than a small inconvenience for the thieves.
The glass for the Millennium Star was to be able to withstand a minimum of half an hour of a person swinging a very heavy hammer, such as a sledgehammer weighing about 16 pounds.
It's reinforced, specially purchased glass casing, which will take 35 minutes, took 35 seconds for them to penetrate with the Hilti gun, the nailed gun, which heats the area, and they followed that on with sledgehammers, and they were through, and it just needed a hand to reach in and take the diamond.
Meanwhile, Betson continued sitting outside, revving the engine up ready for the getaway.
We saw these smoke bombs being thrown, which are causing absolute pandemonium.
I gave a code word, which was Jaguar.
And then probably one of the best moments of my service was I called the attack with Mr. Shapford, and they were taken out by the firearms officers.
We threw our own distraction devices in there, which made very loud bangs, and we controlled the area and moved in, and they were arrested.
The operation was a complete success. The entire gang were apprehended without any casualties. Cockram and Adams had been the ones trying to smash the cabinets. Chiarocci had been tasked with the smoke bombs. Betson was nabbed at the wheel of the JCB, leaving Meredith outside on the boat and Millman across the river, both oblivious that officers were coming to get them.
Learning from the previous occasions, we knew they'd have an escape vehicle there somewhere, and it turned out to be Millman in his van, which we found the van parked up. He was dressed as a workman. Flying squad officers arrested him. We had helicopters swooping down on the boat to make sure that was secured, and flying squad officers going to the boat with firearms officers.
Remarkably, as the gang was nicked, the dome remained open. Staff members, oblivious to the heist, were also dealing with questions from confused members of the public.
Actually, the general public was never close. The few of my guys on the way who met the police running with guns were concerned, but nobody was hurt. And after, it's the biggest moment of relief of my life. You know, it's happened, it's over, let's move on. So now, what are we going to say to the staff now?
For Scotland Yard, everything had gone exactly according to plan. But for the robbers, their cunning plot was about to land them lengthy jail terms. And to add insult to injury, the police and De Beers had a final laugh.
When the diamonds came back from Japan, that perhaps this wasn't sensible to put them back into that Millennium Dome, knowing that this attack would occur.
So we replaced the real Millennium diamond with an exact replica, except it was false. It was still worth a couple of £1,000. It was that good. But it was a sensible precaution to take.
In their defense, some gang members claimed there were others involved.
The gang was saying that there was someone called Tony who recruited them, who had got away in a van. They were also trying to make out that this particular individual was a police informant, that they'd been set up in all different ways. It's absolutely fictitious.
Indeed, a white van was spotted with the JCB on the day, but drove off into London. The police have always maintained this wasn't a key element in the inquiry. Betson was also quick to try and play on a link between him and a police officer.
Betson had a brother-in-law that was a serving police officer, Michael Waring. He tried to implicate him in the crime by saying that he had had some involvement. There were informants involved and all sorts. There was no informant whatsoever.
The real diamonds never made it back to the Dome, and the attraction met its untimely end, closing its doors on the 31st of December. As the media fed on the frenzy, the Dome raiders faced the courts. Ringleader Ray Betson received 18 years for conspiracy to commit robbery, along with sidekick William Cockram. Aldo Chiarocci was given 15 years, as was Robert Adams, whilst outsider Lee Wenham got 4 years for conspiracy to steal. Boat driver Kevin Meredith, the only one to plead not guilty, received 5 years, and career criminal Terry Millman died of cancer before getting to trial. The gang never reached their prize, but what would have been the diamond's fate if they'd been successful?
Well, we had some information, I suppose speculation more than, or intelligence rather than evidence, that there was a connection with the Russian mafia. And we'd found out certain writings on bits of paper in Marbella and false letterboxes that could have had Russian content to them. Try as we may, we could never actually get to the bottom of that, so it does remain a mystery.
When people who have stolen jewellery, particularly and stones and pieces like diamonds, the value on trying to sell them on is reduced by, I would say, 90%. So we don't know exactly what would happen to that Millennium star. And the same with 11 Blues. Those are unique. They come probably from the premier mine of South Africa. There are no other blue diamonds like that in the world today. And I would think it's just about near impossible to sort of be able to sell those in their original form.
The most precious diamonds in the world have since been sold privately, and their whereabouts is now a secret. But the story doesn't end there. The Millennium Star was originally cut from a rock the size of a man's fist and is believed to be the tip of a much larger piece. That is still out there, somewhere. In November 1983, 6 armed robbers slipped into a maximum security warehouse near Heathrow, hoping to take away with them £1 million in cash.
I thought to myself, well, you know, are they going to just take the goods and go, or are they going to kill us at the same time?
They poured the petrol down over my chest, and I was told in no uncertain terms, if the alarms went off or the police turned up, they'd put a match to me and put a bullet through the back of my head.
What they got away with was gold bullion worth a staggering £26 million. But how did they do it? This is the story of the Brinks-Mat bullion heist and the hunt for the missing gold.
Biggest ever armed robbery was carried out at the Brinks-Mat Security Depot at Heathrow. The gang escaped with £26 million worth of gold bars, weighing nearly 3 tons.
This was a huge amount of gold, almost conquistador proportions. To give some sort of perspective, it was the weight of 2 average family saloon motor cars.
The biggest ever robbery in British criminal history.
One of the most audacious robberies ever carried out in Britain.
Offence, £26 million worth of gold stolen in Britain's biggest ever robbery.
Must have been a large and well-organised operation.
To be honest, I was in complete fear of my life and also the lives of my colleagues, especially when they tell you where you live and then they tell you how to get into your own vault. And that is the most scary part of it. They knew so much.
They took with them the secret of where the haul is hidden.
But of course, by stealing the gold, the robbers then had a problem of how to actually filter that gold back into the system and make that gold turn into cash.
Ruthless in its conception, fearless in its operation, the Brinks-Mat heist is still the largest bullion robbery in British criminal history. In just 15 minutes, a highly organised South London gang of armed robbers made off with 3 tons of gold from the Fort Knox-style warehouse near Heathrow.
It was the biggest crime or robbery that I've ever been involved in. And dare I say it, it was a watershed crime in the criminal history of this country.
It was a Saturday morning on the 26th of November, 1983. The start of the early morning shift at the Brinks-Mat warehouse. Security supervisor Mike Scouse had to wait until precisely 6:30 a.m. to open the doors to his team of security guards, Robin Risley, Richard Holliday, Peter Bentley, and Ron Clark.
Being based at Heathrow Airport, we handled a lot more high-value goods. We handled banknotes, we also handled diamonds, gold bars, precious metals, and anything of high value. Every day was different. Some days it was pennies, other day it was millions.
When you pick up, say, £5 million, it doesn't register as £5 million. To be honest, you didn't worry about the value. You worried more about the pound in your back pocket, because the pound in your back pocket belonged to you.
Once in, the security guards went about their normal routines.
One of the lads was making the tea, as per usual, and the others were getting their bits and pieces together, security equipment, etc. We then got the various books out and the keys, and we started to discuss what was going on.
We're going through the airway bills and sort of just doing a rough calculation, and we realised there was an awful lot of gold to be moved that morning.
And the vehicle that had been allocated couldn't really take the weight, it was just over 3 tonne.
The gold had been delivered to the warehouse in 76 stacked boxes on pallets, shortly after the security guards had clocked off work the night before. It was a staggering amount they were expected to handle that day.
The doorbell went at about 20 to 7, so I then went downstairs and saw Tony Black outside. He was on his own, so I opened up the door.
Not for the first time, the 5th member of the security team, Tony Black, arrived 10 minutes late.
He looked a little bit dishevelled, like he'd just got out of bed. His timekeeping wasn't one of the best.
No sooner he was upstairs, he said, "Oh, he's dying to go to the loo. I'm going downstairs."
I'm going downstairs.
As Mike Scouse busied himself in the radio room trying to work out how best to transport the gold to the airport, the other security guards were gearing themselves up for the task ahead.
Tony Black joined me. He was rolling a cigarette. And all of a sudden there's an almighty commotion going on.
Next thing, this voice said, "On the floor." And I looked round, and there was a guy with a trilby hat on, with a gun. And I thought, well, what the hell are you doing here? And a hood or bag was placed over the head. I was then asked to put the hands behind the back, and handcuffs were put on quite hard. And then I just laid there.
I could hear these tables and chairs being kicked over, and then I just turned round and there's this man running at me with a ski-type balaclava mask on, holding a semi-automatic pistol in his hand. He was yelling at me in no uncertain terms to get down on the floor. And that's when I looked at Tony Black and I just said, "Who the blankety blank's he?" Then next minute, we're both on the floor. I'm handcuffed, hooded, got a good kicking as well. And then I was dragged up. I was then told to breathe in, and using a knife they cut the belts, pushed the clothes up over my chest and put a small can of petrol under my hood and said, "You know what that is?" I said, "Petrol." And then they poured the petrol down over my chest. And of course it ran down over the extremities, and petrol burns. I was told in no uncertain terms to stay there. If the alarms went off or the police turned up, they'd put a match to me and put a bullet through the back of my head.
Unknown to Mike Scouse, Robin Risley was also being dealt with in a similar treatment. But why had the gang singled out these two? Brinks-Mat was no ordinary warehouse. It was one of the most secure buildings in Britain, containing 3 of the world's toughest safes. To get to them, once inside the warehouse, it was necessary to pass through a locked and alarmed vault door using 2 sets of keys and combination numbers, and then through a gate. Once inside the vault, the safes could only be opened by a further set of keys and combination numbers. The building was protected by several alarm systems. No single employee of Brinks-Mat knew which keys and which combination of numbers deactivated all the doors or alarm systems. But these men knew exactly who they needed to get to the cash: Mike Scouse and Robin Risley. They were the ones who knew the combinations to the Brinks-Mat high-security vault.
I think I was able to get my combination to work. Robin wasn't. He gave me his combination and I still couldn't get it off. So then he was forced to do it. They then sat me on a metal box and one man forcibly holding me down with a gun in my ear.
You could hear sort of muffled voices downstairs, but again, I assumed that it must have been Michael and Robin with the robbers, because they're the two most important people in the depot on that morning. I didn't really know what was going on.
The codes were changed regularly and without warning, so Scouse and Risley were often required to memorize their half of new combination numbers.
Well, inside the vault, we'd got 3 smaller safes. They had a combination number and a key. I had the key and Robin had the combinations, but they'd only just recently been changed and he couldn't remember them. They were really going to town on Robin and they threatened to castrate him. I think, to be honest, they would have done that. And then in the end, I could hear matches being struck because Robin had also got petrol on him and I'm sitting soaked in petrol myself.
With their patience at breaking point, the robbers were unaware of the colossal fortune right under their noses in the 76 stacked boxes. Instead, they were intent on the 3 large safes containing over £1 million in cash. But Risley was in a panic and simply couldn't remember the combination.
I was trying to defuse the situation, so I called out, "Leave me alone." It's like that during the week. With that comment, I was told to have him well shut up, and I was forced back on the metal box and the gun was forcibly put into my ear, and I was told, "Shut up and stay there."
With the atmosphere becoming more charged, Scouse and Risley feared for their lives. Things were not going according to plan. At that point, the gang looked around to see what else they could take.
There's a brown cardboard box there which had got palladium in. I think they took it. There's also a small 50-gallon drum but cut down, and they took the top off and it got plastic bags of pure silver granules in it. And they asked me what was it. So I just said, "It's shit." So they left it.
What happened next would change British criminal history. In November 1983, 6 armed robbers had come determined to steal around £1 million in cash from the Brinks-Mat warehouse. Instead, they committed the biggest bullion robbery in British history.
They knew so much. To be honest, I could have written down the combination numbers, given them the keys and sat upstairs and had a cup of tea. They told me how to get into my own vault.
They were very well practiced in what they did. It was a military-type operation, driven by adrenaline and armed as well. The criminal world in London in the 80s was highly organised. They had a distinct hierarchy of criminal, and those type of criminals that were committing armed robbery on an organised scale were top of the tree.
There's a lot of shouting going on inside the vaults, and then they obviously found the gold bullion that was there.
Having violently terrorised the guards, the gang stumbled across 6,800 pure gold ingots, each weighing just under 400 grams, and each bar worth around £3,000. The haul was getting on for 3 tons, with a value in the region of £26 million.
Now, the gold was inside the vaults. It was on pallets. So then they said, who can open the shutters to let a vehicle in? And I said, Tony Black.
Black was ordered to open the shutter doors as a vehicle drove in. The pallets, stacked with bullion, were quickly loaded onto the vans.
I was lying there, I had no idea what they'd come for, and then all of a sudden, all you heard was bang, bang, bang. And I thought, oh my God, they're taking the gold.
I still didn't know at the end of the day whether we would all live or die. And I just said to one of them, you load it a bit quicker than we do. And I just told him in no uncertain terms to shut it.
And all of a sudden, we heard this voice saying, thanks ever so much for your help and have a very nice Christmas.
As the engine noise slowly faded into the distance, the guards were left with nothing but silence.
I then gave it a couple of minutes, then I called out to all the lads and all of them answered, so I knew that they were all alive and in one piece sort of thing. And then one of the lads was able to break his handcuffs, the link on it, and then he kicked a very large hole in the office door, and then he came into me. By then he'd, I think, released Tony Black, and then they got some a screwdriver and a hammer, and then they broke my handcuffs.
All of a sudden this voice said, keep away from the door, look out. And this size 12 boot came smashing through the door, followed by a head, and it was Peter checking if we were okay.
With the alarm raised, a flying squad team led by Detective Inspector Tony Brightwell raced to Brinks-Mat.
The scene at the warehouse itself, it was in total disarray. There was upturned chairs, there were masks, gags, ropes lying all over the place. There was an unbelievable stench of petrol, where petrol had been poured over the guards. The whole thing was in disarray. I should point out that the robbers had carried out this robbery and got away from the premises in a matter of 15 to 20 minutes. This was high-speed stuff. Crimes such as this cannot happen unless you have someone working for you on the inside. Now, that could be someone that was on duty at that time, it could be another person in the employ of Brinks-Mat, or it could be someone that's left the company. But it's right to say that even in the first minutes of us being informed of this crime, we were focusing on an inside agent. As far as the other guards are concerned, and specifically Michael Scouse, it's fair to say that they were regarded from the early moments as being involved.
Until they can actually get a suspect or charge a suspect, then basically all 6 of us were suspects.
Well, being the key man, not only did I have some of the combinations and the keys, I also had some of the passwords for the alarm companies. So I was number one suspect, if you like.
Their houses were searched, certain items would have been taken, they would have been interrogated quite forcibly to see if they were involved. They were put through the hoop, make no mistake about it.
Instead of being taken to the hospital, I was taken up to Hounslow Police Station, where they took off all my clothing for forensics.
Scouse was under investigation for several days, and it culminated in the flying squad arresting him on suspicion of being involved in this robbery.
One would ask me a question and then I would try and answer it, and then one of the others would jump in and said, 5 minutes ago you said. So then my brain would start to backtrack, what did I say 5 minutes ago? Somebody had set me up, and that was what was at the back of my mind, who's done it?
Just as it was looking like Scouse was in the frame, another man had now come to the attention of the police.
Very quickly, we made a connection with a man called Black, who was one of the guards on duty that day. His sister was living with and was the common-law wife of a man called Robinson, who was very high up in the criminal underworld of South London. was a suspected armed robber, was an organised criminal of high standing.
But the police needed evidence to prove Tony Black was the inside man.
We decided to reconstruct the events, getting each guard in turn to go through their story, but without being able to collaborate with their colleagues. There were numerous flaws in Tony Black's story, that he was claiming to have seen things taking place which he could not possibly have done so. Now, whilst filming this, we, unknown to Black, went through his jacket, which he'd hung over a chair, and removed a personal diary. And we photocopied this diary. This was to become important later. I was assigned to actually interview Black concerning his activities or his involvement on that particular morning, the sequence of events as we built up to the actual golden question, if you like, which was, how often do you see your brother-in-law, Brian Robinson? And at that stage, we introduced his diary, which at that time was totally different to what it had been 2 or 3 days beforehand.
Black had tried to disguise his involvement by falsifying his diary entries, but the police were onto him. The cracks were beginning to show as he was made to stew in his cell. But would he tell the truth? Meanwhile, news of the heist had already made headlines around the world and shaken the global gold market. The hunt for the missing bullion was well underway. But could the gold disappear without a trace? A gang of 6 armed robbers had pulled off Britain's biggest heist with an incredible gold bullion haul of £26 million, stolen from one of Britain's most impenetrable buildings, the Brinks-Mat warehouse. With the inside man reaching breaking point, the police were now on the trail for the missing gold.
Each ingot is serially numbered. The only way that you can move those ingots is, first, you have to melt them to get rid of any identifying marks. But then you have to mix it in a certain way with copper, with coin, brass, in order to disguise it even further, because the only way that gold is acceptable really coming back into the market, which has to happen here, is if it's sold into the market as scrap gold.
15 days after the robbery, the police got a major tip-off. A man was going to pick up a smelter from a manufacturer in Worcester, capable of melting 36 kilos of gold bullion at any one time. For a while, police had managed to track it, but then lost sight of it. It was a huge blow to the operation. Back at Scotland Yard, the police were piling the pressure on Black. £26 million worth of gold had been stolen, and they desperately needed a confession.
It was a very difficult case, and really hinged on turning one man, which was Black. So later that evening, when we brought him out of the cell again, we saw a totally different Tony Black. It was then that he said, "I want to tell you the truth."
The flying squad now had their man. Black was about to blow the lid on the biggest bullion robbery in history.
Tony Black was a very average type of guy. I would say that he was easily led, easily impressed, but nothing really outstanding about him at all.
He always came over as quite an affable type of person. If you had any problems on your car, he used to fix it for you.
He'd only met a few people that he knew or could identify regarding the planning of this robbery, which had taken several months. It transpired that Robinson had introduced him to a man called Michael McAvoy and a man called Tony White. So they used to meet under the guise of going fishing at Leyland on the River Thames. Black had told them how many guards would be on duty. where they would be at any particular time, where the safes were, who the guards were that had the combination numbers to get into these safes. Explicit detail, detail without which you couldn't possibly have carried out this crime. To the day of the robbery, Black had overslept and panicked that he couldn't get to the warehouse in time, so he was late arriving for work. And in fact, he had met the robbers as they waited to get into the premises. Prior to the armed robbers bursting through the door, he had excused himself and gone downstairs to the toilet. He obviously, at that time, was helping the robbers into the premises.
Tony Black had committed the ultimate betrayal, putting the lives of his colleagues on the line.
I was still in bed because of my blisters. I couldn't do anything. And I was out of bed, television on, and I sat there and I shook and I shook and I shook.
I was absolutely shocked. The legs went. I managed to stand upright. I don't know how, but I managed to stay upright. And looking back now, I felt sick at that time, more sick than I did on the day of the robbery.
With the help of the newly recruited police supergrass Tony Black, detectives were now certain of some of the key players. Brian Robinson, early 40s, the criminal mastermind, otherwise known as the Colonel. Mickey McAvoy, late 30s, 5'8", and leader of the attack team. Tony White, close on 40, foot soldier, built to cause trouble, serious trouble.
This was a highly organised gang, or gangs that were carrying out these robberies. They were all known to each other. People knew that this gang had done that particular job and that person had been behind that particular job. So in terms of professional crime, it was known to the police that Robinson and McAvoy were heavily involved in armed robbery.
Whilst Robinson, McAvoy and White were arrested and questioned by the police, the pressure was on detectives to find the missing gold. 7 months after the robbery, the police got another breakthrough when a man by the name of Kenneth James Noy was brought to their attention. They were back on the gold trail.
Kenneth Noy was the mastermind and the controller of how the gold could be turned into cash. We believe that Mr. Noy came on the scene very shortly after the robbery, if indeed he didn't actually know that the robbery was going to take place.
Noy was another high-ranking, wealthy criminal with an established background in money laundering.
Noy had travelled to Jersey and had purchased 11 gold bars, exactly the same weight as the gold bars that had been stolen from the Brinks-Mat robbery. Each gold bar purchased in that way comes with a certificate of ownership, and each bar is serially numbered. Those bars never left Jersey.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business. Thank you. Bye-bye.
But what Noy was obviously doing was buying those gold bars to get the documentation that went with those gold bars so that he could move 11 gold bars from the Bullion robbery around at any one time without raising suspicion should he be questioned or stopped.
Despite Noy's best efforts to avoid any suspicion, he was very much on the flying squad's radar. Undercover police officers had been watching him secretly meeting a man called Brian Reeder.
Reeder was calling at Noy's premises on an almost daily basis. And every time these two met, we ascertained that a very heavy bag was going from Noy to Reeder. Now, my team worked on this for several days and eventually followed Reeder to Hatton Garden. From there, they saw the same bags being taken down to Bristol, to a company called Scadlin. It was their job to then mix it with base metal, copper, brass, to give it the appearance, if they could, of scrap gold. and then sell it on the open market. And invariably, and in this case particularly, a lot of this gold actually ended up back with Johnson Matthey, the people that originally lost the gold in the first place.
The gold was being sold back to the company it had originally been stolen from. Now, the police investigation needed to find out how the gold was reaching Noy. Was it coming from one or more sources? Or did Noy already have all the gold? With Tony Black, the police supergrass, they lent on him to reveal more.
We asked him, where would the gold have gone to? Had you met any of the robbers in between us arresting you a week later and the robbery itself? And he said no, and I believed him. It was counterproductive for the robbers to actually meet him after the event. They wouldn't necessarily tell him where they'd stashed the gold.
Black's first test as a police supergrass was to come in the form of an ID parade.
Black would have to go and touch the likes of McAvoy on the shoulder and identify him as being involved in the Brinks-Mat robbery. And as Black approached him to touch him on the shoulder, he hit Black full in the face. Now that was intimidation. But thankfully, Black came through that.
Black then went on to identify Robinson and White in separate lineups. Tony Black was sent to trial at the Old Bailey and sentenced to 6 years in prison for his part in the Brinks-Mat heist. He served just 3. 8 months later, he testified along with Mike Scouse against Robinson, McAvoy and White, who all pleaded not guilty at the Old Bailey.
It was very tense in there. They were only a few feet away. They were surrounded by police officers and prison officers. I think they were trying to stare me out.
The jury found Robinson and McAvoy guilty, sentencing each of them to 25 years in prison.
I was quite pleased that they got a long sentence because the amount of violence and what they were capable of to myself and to the rest of the crew, they got what they deserved, to be honest.
But the jury wasn't convinced of Tony White's involvement.
Tony White was acquitted by a hair's whisker. And whiskers are the right word to use because his involvement came down to whether he had a beard on a particular day when he met Black. The jury chose to believe his version of events and he was acquitted.
With 3 of the gang now inside, but still no gold, the police were under huge pressure. What was about to happen next would have the most shocking impact on their investigation. After the conviction of gang leaders Brian Robinson, Michael McAvoy and Supergrass Tony Black, Scotland Yard detectives were determined to recover the missing gold. They had already established that from Kenneth Noy's house in West Kingsdown, Kent, Brian Reeder was collecting the gold and delivering it to a small office in London's Hatton Garden. From there, the gold was being transported down to Bedminster near Bristol, to a small bullion company called Scadlin, where it was bought, smelted, and resold back to the open market as scrap gold.
Now, a huge amount of cash, obviously, would be generated by disposing of this amount of gold. Scadlin, obviously, would have to pay for this gold. And they were a very small operation in a very small suburb/village on the outskirts of Bristol.
In a 6-month period between August 1984 and January 1985, Scadlin disposed of a staggering £13 million in gold.
They'd risen from the verge of bankruptcy to one of the primary dealers outside the main Johnson Matthey in scrap gold. So this was a huge amount of business running through this very small company because Scadlin have to pay for this gold. And the money then goes back to Noy and is disseminated to the various interested parties and criminals whose gold it belongs to. Now, in order to do that, they relied on a very small bank, a local bank, a branch bank, and this bank had to generate large amounts of cash on almost a daily basis. So in order to assist this or facilitate this, the bank had to send to London to get vast or large injections of cash to their operation in Bedminster, Bristol. We found out that a lot of this money was brand new £50 notes. The A24 series of brand new £50 notes.
Knowing these £50 notes were directly linked to the gold, all the police had to do now was to determine how the gold was reaching Noy in the first place.
A decision was taken in the higher echelons of Scotland Yard to insert officers into Noy's premises to discover if Noy had any other gold buried or hidden in his grounds or on his premises. We had to enlist the help of rural SAS-trained officers.
Detective Constables Neil Murphy and John Fordham were put on the operation.
John and myself arrived about 5 p.m, got ourselves ready to spend a whole night at the property, if necessary.
We were expecting Reader to arrive at Noy's house that night. We were expected to witness the handover of gold.
And we were given the signal to enter the property. We're over the wall and into the property, John and myself together, and as trained, moving slowly through the garden up towards the property. And when we just about got to the sort of area we'd want to be where we could observe the cars and perhaps the doors, we were surprised by the dogs.
Noy's 3 Rottweiler dogs were loose in the grounds. Afraid the dogs were going to blow their cover, Neil Murphy decided they should call a halt to their operation for that night.
I gave John a nod and I started to move away to leave the property. And when I got to the fence, which was about 20 yards away, I climbed up using a tree. I was able to climb up onto the fence, and I knew once I'd dropped down the other side, I was totally safe. I assumed John had done something very similar and was somewhere else on the property. We couldn't talk to each other on the radio because we didn't want to make any noise. And I paused for a few seconds while I was on the fence, looked back towards where I last saw John, and the torches were in that area, and the dogs were still barking. So I shouted, trying to get Noy and Reader to make the decision to leave. I shouted at them to shut the dogs up, pretending to be one of the neighbours of the properties where I was standing next to. And then the torch started to come my way a little bit, come towards me. So because of that, I made the decision to leave the property, and I jumped down into the garden and made my way back towards the front of the property.
Murphy had aborted the mission, but something was wrong. There was no sign of his colleague.
I got in a position where I could best see what was happening, and I could see 2 men standing over someone who was obviously on the ground. One of them shouted something about blowing your head off, and it was at that point that I realised this is a shotgun he's got. And I transmitted that to the guys listening, and the signal was given immediately then to enter the property.
With their surveillance operation blown, the flying squad burst onto Noy's grounds.
One of the officers from the flying squad and one of the officers who we'd taken over from, one of the surveillance officers, were looking after John, and one of the guys told me, looks like he's been stabbed. And I remember saying to the ambulanceman that, well, he's breathing, and I was actually feeling very positive. But the ambulanceman said, no, he's not breathing, it's the oxygen we're giving him is pushing his chest out, doing the breathing for him. We were in like a waiting room in the casualty at the hospital. One of the senior officers came into the room and told us that John had died. That's how we found out.
John Fordham died of 11 stab wounds after a ferocious attack. Kenneth Noy was arrested at the scene. Brian Reeder was arrested fleeing from the property.
But from the police point of view, simply because of his professionalism, he was a huge loss, and there was a big empty hole.
I mean, everyone was obviously devastated at the death of DC Fordham, and the whole inquiry, if you like, had been turned on its head as a result.
With Noy in police custody, his house and grounds were searched. 10 hours later, an officer found the evidence they needed to link Noy to the Brinks-Mat bullion.
We did find 11 gold bars on the doorstep, pure gold that had been obviously melted and recast prior to them going to Bristol.
At the time, the 11 gold bars were worth around £100,000.
What was left was to now take action against all the people that we knew were involved in disposing of our gold. Within 24 hours, various premises in the Bristol area, in London, were raided by hundreds of officers who came in to assist at that particular time. And we had to secure what evidence was left to us. But significantly, very significantly, the one pieces of evidence that we did find were A24 series £50 notes, which we knew had come from Scadlin.
With Noy's property raided and the gold and £50 notes found on his premises, D.I. Brightwell turned his attention to questioning Noy.
Immediately, Noy engaged me in a Masonic hand signal, and I recognised this, and I looked at him and thought immediately to myself that here is a man that's trying to ingratiate himself with me, thinks that I'll be able to help him, and is obviously looking to do business, as it were. In ordinary circumstances, if John Fordham had not been killed, I would have been delighted to talk to this guy, to do a deal, as it were, with him, because he knew where the gold was coming from. But I knew, because a copper had been killed, that there was no way that this could happen. And as soon as he learnt of my feelings on that, he really showed a different side of himself, but I could see the aggression building in him.
With no deal struck, the police found it almost impossible to get any more information on the gold trail. 10 months later, Noy stood trial at the Old Bailey for the murder of DC John Fordham.
I knew that Noy had probably one of the best criminal barristers that I've ever come up against in my time in the police. I understand that the jury were taken down to Hollywood Cottage at night to replicate these conditions, and basically put the question to them, how would you react if you'd have confronted someone, as John Fordham was, dressed in black, blacked out face, in the middle of the night? How would you have reacted? Would you have acted in self-defence? And the jury chose to go down that route, where they agreed it was self-defence and acquitted him of murder. John Fordham, when all said and done, was unarmed. As I've always said, the 11 stab wounds is not self-defence. That's a frenzied attack.
It was a confident Noy who strolled back into the Old Bailey 5 months after his acquittal for the murder of John Fordham. This time, he was facing charges for handling the Brinks-Mat bullion and a second charge of conspiracy to evade VAT. Would he walk free a second time?
First and foremost, we have to convince the jury that this gold is from the Brinks-Mat robbery. And we do that by proving that it's fine gold, i.e. the 4 nines gold, 99.99% gold. Now, once you've done that, you're halfway there to proving circumstantially that this gold, although the numbers had been obliterated from it and any identifying mark taken off it, must have come from the bullion robbery. But the real clincher for me was the A24 series notes, because after his arrest, it gave us time to look at the accumulated wealth of people like Noy and other associates. They all linked together through these A24 series notes.
The jury found Kenneth Noy guilty, both of conspiracy to handle Brinks-Mat gold and VAT fraud. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
The only saving grace through the whole thing was the fact that he was convicted of handling the gold. I think if he'd walked free from court on that, hadn't killed John, that would have been devastating. When I was told that he'd been convicted of handling the gold at least and got the maximum sentence of 14 years, I was delighted to hear that. In fact, I was shaking, just shaking with, trembling with excitement that at last he had his comeuppance and he was going away.
Scadlin boss Garth Chappell was sentenced to 10 years, whilst Brian Reeder was jailed for 9. Despite years of police work, the greatest unanswered question of the heist still remains. What happened to the rest of the gold?
We knew that the chances of us ever recovering any more gold were minimal, because our lines of inquiry regarding gold and how it was getting to Noy's house unfortunately had died with John Fordham, and there was no way that we could reconstitute that investigation. The route would now be dead and buried.
The gold may have gone, but for those involved, the scars still remain.
The only place I ever imagined that I would be involved in the robbery would be outside doing what we would call a bank move. I never once imagined a robbery would take place at the depot.
Well, I say that was my second. I had another 2 after that. Then in the end, I thought it was time to get out before I was carried out feet first.
You sit there and you look around people and you think, even after the robbery, I mean, the guys that were here then, you look around them and you think, can I trust you? Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, Tony Black is a scum of the earth for what he did to myself and to my colleagues, but also our families. And I hope he rots in hell.
The only thoughts I have are for John's family. I think about them quite a lot and how they've missed all the years that they haven't had with him.
As far as recovery of the gold was concerned, the 11 gold bars found at Kenneth Noy's house was the only gold ever recovered from the bullion robbery. Now that's 11 gold bars out of 6,800 gold bars. 13 million of gold was disposed of. But that's only half. So it's pure conjecture what happened to the other half.
Some say large amounts of bullion were flown out of the UK. Others think the bulk of it is still hidden in Britain. It's also thought that anyone who bought gold jewellery in the UK after November 1983 could be wearing the Brinks-Mat stolen gold.